Piranha. Legends tell of the most ferocious fish in the world. With razor-sharp teeth, they hunt in packs, stripping a body of its flesh in minutes. They have a reputation for killing and eating humans.
Had literally been stripped of all the flesh, only the boots were left.
But it may not be justified.
I don't think the reputation of piranhas as bloodthirsty monsters is deserved at all.
I'm Jeremy Wade, biologist and extreme angler, and my mission is to find out if piranhas really are the ultimate horror of the Amazon.
All they said that they saw was just a turbulence in the water of the piranhas devouring the child.
I remember a story from the 70s of a bus crashing into the Amazon River in Brazil. The people inside were eaten alive by piranhas. Horrific stories like this have been circulating since the discovery of South America. But every single piece of scientific research I've found says that piranhas don't kill people. So are these stories real, or are they just over-exaggerated urban myths?
Fish on! Fish on!
I've travelled the globe, literally putting my life on the line to prove that there are giant, man-eating fish where no one would expect them.
Big old mouth on there.
In our freshwater rivers. But now, it's the turn of the small guys.
Could piranhas really kill and eat a human?
Are they the bloodthirsty killers from the movies that fill our nightmares? I visit London Zoo to talk to Brian Zimmerman, a piranha expert and assistant curator of the aquarium, to see what he thinks.
There's no documented cases of a living human going into the water and being attacked by a group of piranhas and being reduced to a skeleton in seconds. But piranha are carnivorous fish. If they're hungry, it's certainly possible that they would attack to try and get food. I don't see why a human would be any different than an egret falling in the water. It's just, for a piranha, it's a potential food source. But to my knowledge, that's never happened.
So if Brian believes piranhas have never attacked and killed a living person, then did this bus crash that I remember really take place? I decide to head to Manaus, the city at the heart of the Amazon, to see if I can get to the bottom of this memory and maybe track down a definite case where piranhas have eaten someone alive. And where better to start my investigation than the home of many a gruesome fisherman's tale, the Manaus fish market. With over 2,000 species of fish found in the Amazon River, more than the entire Atlantic Ocean, there's no shortage of strange-looking river monsters here.
Wicked-looking spines on there. Such a variety of fish here.
Scientists have determined that there are some 60 different species in the piranha subfamily, yet the majority of them are actually vegetarian. It is the flesh-eating behaviour of just a couple of species that gives them their reputation. And it's not long before my questions unearth another shocking account that shows just what they are capable of. This is a piranha story. An old man was left in his floating house by his family just for a couple of hours. They came back, he'd gone. There were just his clothes there. So, they thought he must have gone to take a bath or something, but he wasn't in sight anywhere. They searched. Eventually, they found just his skeleton. I mean, literally, he'd gone in the water because he was old. He wasn't able to get back out, and the piranhas just had it. You first time? No, 2 meses. 2 meses? 2 months ago. It's another gruesome story. But here at the market, I can't track down a name or definite location for this fisherman's tale. I'm going to have to search further afield to find an eyewitness to a lethal piranha attack. The Amazon River is 4,250 miles long, twice the length of the Mississippi. It is mostly wide and slow-moving, but up this distant tributary, it is quite the opposite. A fifth of all the water on Earth passes through the Amazon, and piranhas and their relatives are found in just about all of it. It's a fisherman's paradise. And it's full of river monsters.
And that's a fish on, that's a fish on. Oh, there it is, jumping out of the water. That's quite strong, that's a strong fish.
I've hooked a predatory fish with dental hardware straight out of a horror movie.
So this is a piara, it's a relative of the piranha. It's an arms war down there, everything's got teeth, everything is eating everything else. And they've actually got those fangs there in the lower jaw, and they use those to puncture the swim bladder of the prey. So it just messes up the buoyancy. The small fish is then totally out of control. It's flopping around near the surface, and these will just come along afterwards and mop them up. And those fangs are that big that it has to have special holes in the upper jaw, otherwise it wouldn't be able to get its mouth closed. So there's probably some very precise engineering going on out of sight that we can't see.
This vampire-like creature shows how evil-looking the piranha family can get. But despite its looks, it is not the fish responsible for attacking people. This is a solitary fish hunter. The piranha we all fear feed in packs, and they are so common in the Amazon you can catch them almost anywhere. Normally I use high-tech gear and stealthy tactics to lure a monster onto my line. But the piranha's method of feeding is so bold that I'm changing my approach.
I've dispensed with my normal rod, and I'm just using a bit of bamboo with a short length of line on the end. Tried and tested means of catching piranha. Just a hook on the end with a piece of wire so they don't chomp through the line. Lump of meat, and unlike other techniques where you're being quiet and stealthy, piranhas are actually attracted by noise and disturbance on the surface. Oh, there we go. Red belly piranha.
In just a couple of minutes I've caught a small piranha. But do not be deceived, it still has knife-like teeth that can easily remove a lump of flesh in a single bite. Multiply that by the 100 or so mouths in a hungry school of piranhas, and it's a death of 1,000 individual cuts. A protruding jawbone with large chomping muscles means that when the mouth is closed, the triangular teeth from both jaws lock together like a bear trap. They are perfectly adapted to slice off pieces of meat, fins or scales, literally taking apart their prey piece by piece. They predominantly hunt fish, but they will eat the meat of almost any animal that crosses their path. And in this river, with almost every cast, I'm catching a piranha.
This river is just absolutely full of piranhas. They're just all over the place. Doesn't mean to say though that I can't do this.
Surely swimming in a piranha-infested river is suicide.
This water may be full of piranhas,
but they're not attacking me. If I can swim here, and it's true that the old man from the fish market story and the victims of the bus crash were eaten alive, then something is missing that is needed to trigger a feeding frenzy. Still alive. There's plenty of water here. I'm guessing there's enough food for them down there without them wanting to attack me. So what about if I set something up where I know there are plenty of piranhas and I know they're hungry?
Welcome to my piranha pool.
Here at a local hotel, just like my favourite Bond villain, I've filled a small swimming pool with over 100 red-bellied piranhas, and they haven't eaten for days. It's the perfect opportunity to test just how voracious these creatures are.
Everybody knows about sharks being bloodthirsty killers. Just wondering if piranhas have the same kind of sensitivity to blood. I've got a hook here. That's one way to find out. Sacrifice a bit of my own blood and take it from there.
It's only a single drop, but if reputations are to be believed, they'll have my thumb off in a matter of seconds.
I don't know, I think that's possibly a bit inconclusive. They are moving around, but that could have just been the movement of my thumb. Maybe a little drop like that was a bit ambitious, and perhaps I need a slightly larger quantity.
Piranhas have evolved to live in the murky, sediment-filled waters of the Amazon, where visibility is often less than a foot, so a good sense of smell to locate their next meal is surely essential.
That's definitely getting a reaction. There's a number of fish have come into that cloud of blood and they're looking around. They want something to chew into, but there's nothing there at the moment. I think time to put a bit of flesh in there for them.
So blood is definitely whetting their appetite. And there would have been blood in the water from those injured by the impact of the bus crash. Now, I wonder how these piranhas will react to a bloody piece of prime steak.
There we go, it's the first nibble, the first nibble, the first nibble. And there they are, they're all piling in. Once the first one started, there we go, they're all over it now.
Piranhas react to the sound and movement of another piranha feeding, attracting them to the scene and inciting a feeding frenzy. As soon as one piranha takes a bite, it moves away, allowing a fast turnover of feeders and a rapid succession of bites. It's no wonder they are known for stripping their food to the bone in just minutes.
There we go, meat definitely works. I just wonder now how they might react to something that's alive. These piranhas were tearing into a piece of dead meat just a couple of minutes ago, but they're just not interested in me. So what is it that turns piranhas into vicious, murderous killers? That is what I want to try and find out.
If the story of the bus crash is true, then presumably, just like my piranha pool, there was human flesh, blood, and a mass of hungry piranhas. Yet I am unharmed. The people on the bus weren't so lucky. As I continue my investigation, I discover the evidence to prove that the bus crash definitely happened. But more significantly, I track down a survivor who had an unbelievable escape on that day. Maybe he can give me the details of exactly what happened, so I can work out what triggers a piranha attack. I've managed to unearth a newspaper report from the 1970s that describes the exact bus crash that I remember, where some of the passengers were eaten by piranhas. It reports that on the 14th of November 1976, the bus was travelling from Manaus to the town of Itacoatiara, a journey of about 5 hours. After driving through the night, it crashed into a tributary of the Amazon, killing 39 passengers. The newspaper also mentions the name of a survivor, Dirceu Araújo. I've managed to track him down to find out what he can remember from that fateful day, as this might allow me to pass judgment on the guilt or otherwise of the piranha.
Okay, so...
Dirceu tells me he was sitting at the very rear of the bus, and like the rest of the passengers, he had been sleeping for most of the journey. On board that day were several families, a couple of students named Alex and Ivan, as well as many other men and women returning to their homes in Itacoatiara. Not long before the accident, the bus went through a pothole, waking Dirceu up. This, he tells me, could well have saved his life.
Aqui é o lugar mesmo que aconteceu o acidente.
Nós viemos lá e caímos aqui.
This is the very spot where the accident happened. The bus came down here, went in the river down there.
Dirceu doesn't know if the brakes failed or if the bus skidded, but the driver had done the same route several times that day. The papers at the time reported the suggestion that he fell asleep, and at the ferry crossing carried straight on into the river.
One minute everything's normal, literally the next moment it's in the water. There were people crying, wailing, much despair.
Aí foi que eu fui no corredor, tá todo mundo lá querendo sair naquela porta.
There were people at the front trying to open the door by pulling it, and he's basically saying that, that door only opens if you push. Then the water started to come in, at which point he went back to where he'd been seated.
Aí eu vi o pé dele, peguei e entrei.
There was a boy there who'd been trying to break the window, and he actually saw this boy's foot, disappearing out of the bus, and he saw the foot, followed it, and managed to get himself out through the same hole.
Que eu passei a cintura e essa perna aqui, uma moça pegou nesse daqui.
He's just about clear of the bus, somebody grabbed hold of his leg. Can you imagine? Somebody is trying to grab hold of his leg while he is trying to escape and get to the surface. Actually had to kick this person's hand off to get free from the bus and actually, escape from the wreck.
39 people remained trapped on the bus and didn't survive. In the panic of his escape, Dirceu doesn't remember seeing any piranhas. So no one knows how long it was after the bus submerged that the piranhas attacked.
Even to this day, just going over the bridge, which they've got now over the river, he says every time he crosses, just remembers that day.
It was several hours before rescuers could winch the bus out of the water. By that time, it was far too late for any remaining passengers.
Foi 3 meninas grandonas assim, e uma que é recém-nascida. Só, o resto tudo foi adulto.
There were 3 children and 1 baby, actually all from the same family. They were brought up dead. But he said lots of cases, 2, 3 people, the same family, died in this accident. Most of the bodies were recognisable, but there was one, he said, that...
Estava todo estragado por causa de piranha.
There was one body there, had literally been stripped of all the flesh, only the boots were left. Just everything else gone.
The man was later identified as Almandino França. I met his brother, Mabio, who has a theory as to what happened.
Ele achou que estava engatado, né? Ele estava com uma roupa, vamos dizer, com a sua forte.
He was wearing sort of quite strong clothing, and he reckons that, part of the clothing actually somehow got snagged on the bus, and possibly that's why he
Como
didn't
ele foi
escape.
identificado, porque ele estava com a documentação no bolso, a identidade estava no bolso dele.
He only actually identified him because he had his identity document inside the pocket of his shirt.
Então, que eu meti o braço pensando que ia resistir nada. Estava leve, estava fácil.
The body of his brother was wrapped by then, and he picked the body up and he said, well, it was just so light, you could just tell, even though he couldn't see, could just tell that it was just bones there.
Se acha mais a piranha. Nós temos peixe aqui. Tinha os outros que são predadores também, mas o principal é a piranha, né?
So he's saying that this would have been piranha that actually did this, basically just stripped the flesh from the body. There's lots of them there, it's well known.
The impact piranhas have on a human body is distinct and may be too shocking for some viewers to see. These horrific images from recent cases arriving at the Manaus City morgue show just what a piranha is capable of doing and the type of wounds it leaves. Exposed flesh and soft tissue are removed first, which is exactly what Dora de Barbosa witnessed when she arrived on the scene as the bodies were being extracted from the bus. She told me that some of the victims were brought out still hugging each other, and her story made me truly realise what it meant to lose someone in this crash.
Dora was just 17 years old at the time of the tragedy, and what happened, she was living in Itacoatiara, and she just actually started her nurse training at the time, and so she actually went to the river at the site of the accident.
Totalmente o rosto, não tinha nada no rosto, só mesmo nem as cartilagens mesmo tinha, então só os ossos.
That's pretty tragic. Dora says, she did know some of the people on the bus, which just makes it sort of extra horrific, really. That was the husband of a teacher of hers, and she says that he was just, his face was completely eaten away down to, not down to the bone, but down to cartilage.
Tinha também o Ivan. O Ivan era uma pessoa que eu gostava na época, né? Eu estava apaixonada por ele.
And also a lad called Ivan, who she liked very much. This was her childhood sweetheart, and he was one of the victims as well. And she said, because of this, she found it very difficult early on to talk about this whole business. But as a result of this, she said she actually, left the area and didn't return for a while because of the memories of the place.
Just like the testimonies from the bus crash, the morgue pictures leave us in no doubt as to the horrors piranhas can inflict on a human body. But as the bus crash happened 30 years ago, it's impossible to know if the victims died of the wounds inflicted by the piranhas, or if they were already dead. We know that on the bus they were trapped, there was blood in the water, and people were eaten by piranhas. But did the piranhas attack and eat their victims alive, or did they merely scavenge the corpses of those who had already drowned? So even though I have found my bus crash, the case against the piranha still hangs in the balance. However, I have uncovered a situation in the east of the Amazon where at the end of the dry season of 2005, 8 piranha attacks occurred in just one weekend on one beach. And these victims were definitely alive when the piranhas struck.
The myth of the piranha in the outside world really started with President Teddy Roosevelt, who travelled to the Amazon and then wrote a book about his experiences. And he described the piranha as the most ferocious fish in the world. He said that even a finger trailed incautiously in the water would get snapped off, and they'd attack swimmers and all sorts of things like that. Since then, the myth has really grown and grown. After Jaws, the film about sharks, there was a Hollywood blockbuster about piranhas with the immortal line, "They're here and they're hungry." I've heard some horrific stories that are absolutely believable. But lately, people have actually started to question all this and say it's just overhyped fishermen's tales.
Indeed, I've just swum in a pool full of hungry piranhas, without suffering a single bite.
So, what is the truth? Are they the bloodthirsty killers of myth, or is the truth a little bit more complicated?
My quest to investigate the bloodthirsty reputation of the piranha is still unresolved. Although piranhas have without doubt fed on dead human flesh, I'm yet to find proof that they have killed a living human. Maybe Brian Zimmerman was right.
I don't think the reputation of piranhas as bloodthirsty monsters is deserved at all. Piranha are just animal that is trying to survive in the wild, and they happen to be a carnivorous fish.
Yet in flooded water bodies like this, scientists have discovered that there are double the number of piranhas than normal. And this has led to a situation where their innocence is once again in question.
All over Brazil, dams like this have created artificial lakes, which are very popular places to come for a swim, particularly in the heat of the dry season. Put that together with a concentrated population of piranhas, and you're asking for trouble.
Humans being attacked by man-eating fish is the stuff of nightmares, and it has fueled an industry of fear, which Hollywood has happily embraced. If you're on a beach by the ocean, sharks can be a very real concern. It's not uncommon to enter the water with a fear of what might lurk beneath. But deep inland, over 1,000 miles from the sea, most people would not expect to be a victim. Yet on the weekend of December the 21st, 2005, at the end of the dry season, this is exactly what happened. On a beach exposed by the seasonal low water, 8 people were attacked. And the perpetrators of these attacks were piranhas. In a period of 7 months, 190 people were bitten by piranhas. Unlike the bus crash, these weren't frenzied attacks which left the corpses half-eaten. These were individual bites. No one was trapped, injured or bleeding, yet the piranhas were definitely attacking live people. Obviously something strange had occurred here. I've come to one of these artificial lakes, created by a dam, to find out what's going on and to see what kind of piranhas are living here.
All this used to be rainforest, but when the water rose, the trees all died, just leaving this weird landscape. So I've got some liver for bait, loads of blood, but that's perfect for piranhas. So I'm using a pretty big hook, and above the hook I've got some wire because otherwise they're just going to chomp through the line. Pretty ghoulish feast, but just the kind of thing a piranha would like. There we go, there's a knot, there's something on there. Right, here we go, here we go. There we go, that's a sizable fish. That's a piranha, but that is a big piranha. Now, this is something I've got to be very careful with. Careful, 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 careful. And there it is. Imagine swimming with these boys in the water. Oh, crunch. Oh, crunching on the hook as I take it out. How about that for a piranha? This is a black piranha. It's the biggest species of piranha. Look at those teeth. Look at those teeth. I'm being extremely careful here. They just have such powerful jaws. I mean, that would take a serious sized lump out of you. Literally, the size of that jaw, that would be the size of the hole that would be missing. Those teeth are so sharp that when people get cut by them, they say they don't even feel it when it happens. They only notice it when they see the blood.
It was these kinds of attacks, single bites, that were being made at the beach. But again, Brian's theory that piranhas are misunderstood has an explanation.
Piranha tend to build their nests in very shallow areas because they need to have vegetation, not only for the eggs to stick to, but also for the young fry to retreat when they're first hatching. So in cases where people have been bitten, I mean, I suppose somebody wading in shallow water and happens to tread onto the nest of a piranha, where there's a big male defending its eggs, is definitely going to be susceptible to getting a bite.
The beach attacks occurred when there were most people in the water on the hottest days at the end of the dry season. It is at this point, usually just after the first rains, when piranhas breed. All they were doing was simply what most living creatures do, protecting their young. So these multiple piranha attacks actually reveal a caring animal that in this instance has no intention to kill.
Piranha are very nervous fish. We were actually involved in a study recently which was looking at the reasons for shoaling behavior in piranha, and the study actually found that instead of them being pack hunters and living together in groups because they're trying to hunt their prey, they actually live in shoals to avoid predators themselves, and it's a case of safety in numbers.
If piranhas group together because of their mortal fear of another river monster, then this is a creature I need to meet.
What else could be down there that could be even fiercer, even more carnivorous than the flesh-eating piranha?
Piranhas may enjoy a reputation as evil killers, but here in the Amazon, they are far from the top of the food chain. This river is a supremely predatory environment. And I'm told that there are wild river monsters that come here to be fed by locals. These creatures are highly adapted killers and greatly feared by the piranhas. And once again, I'm the guinea pig that is entering the water to meet them.
Dolphins. Who'd have thought it? 1,000 miles from the ocean, right up the Amazon River, freshwater dolphins. And these guys, I mean, they're having fun now, but my goodness, they've also got a dark side.
I'm in the middle of a frenzy. That one got my thumb. That one got my thumb. Oh dear. Hey! And these are the guys that take out piranhas. A little bit eager. The jaw, very, very long and elongated, full of teeth, just perfect for grabbing fish. Wow! They've also got this really strange bulging head, and that's actually an echolocation organ. A lot of these waters in the Amazon are very murky, and they can't see their prey, but even in that situation, they can find and kill their prey using sonar. You know, you've got to be very, very careful tangling with these creatures. Time for me to get out, I think. The Amazon is the most predator-filled waterway on the planet. Everything kills or is killed. I've spent years fishing this river, and I know it is crammed full of the meanest, nastiest creatures. Perhaps piranhas are not unusual. They just get singled out for attention because they capture our imagination. But that still doesn't explain what triggers their attacks.
It's strong and heavy. Look at this! Vai. Kuyu. A new species for me. I know the species, but I've never caught one. There's a lump taken out of it by piranha. They can tell when a fish is in distress and they go after it. You can actually see the shape here of a piranha jaw. Something chomped this fish on the way in. You know, normally these fish are paying complete attention to not ending up on the menu. This one basically thinking about something else for just a moment, and a piranha came in and chopped it. So you've literally got to watch your back.
This armoured catfish was a fantastic catch, but seeing the piranha bite on its back has crystallised everything for me. This fish lives in and amongst piranha every day of its life. Yet struggling on the end of my line, it instantly became a target. It is the thrashing struggle of distress that triggers the piranha's natural instincts to target the weak and helpless. This explains why I can swim and splash around with piranhas. Yet the struggle for life in the bus crash initiated the piranha's predatory instincts. It's sobering to think of what happened to those poor passengers that day as they travelled back to their hometown. Their lives were never meant to cross with piranhas. Yet for thousands of people in the Amazon, life is literally lived on the water. With such huge seasonal variations in water level, entire villages float on the river. And there's one whose very name suggests the reality they deal with on a daily basis.
This place is known as the Piranha Reserve.
I've come here to find out what life is like living with the constant threat of piranhas. These people are known as ribeirinhos, or river people. Almost everything they need is sourced from or around the Amazon River.
Boa tarde. Eu estou atrás de histórias sobre piranha. Será que tem alguma...
Senhor, eu sou vítima de...
O senhor mesmo?
Mordida, eu sou eu mesmo.
Então.
Vim aqui na ponta do nariz.
So, you know, I'm just walking along here and I just asked this gentleman, I said, I'm after stories about piranhas. Anybody got anything to tell me? He says, well, I had the end of my nose taken off by one. His wife dropped something in the water. He just, dived down, water about waist deep, and a piranha had the end off his nose.
He says he opened his eyes and saw lots of blood and many piranhas. And if he hadn't been able to leap straight out of the water, he fears he might have died. Amazing. I've already found someone who has experienced the sharp end of the piranha population. Let's see what kind of piranhas they have here and just how quickly they bite. Let's see if the Piranha Reserve lives up to its name and what kind of piranhas they have here.
The line is flat on the surface. There it goes. Red belly. There we go. Whoop. Now, right, you can see why people... I couldn't do that if I didn't have shoes on. You can see why so many people here are missing bits out of their toes. Every one of these is a red belly. I mean, this one's got slight spots on it as well, but that just means it's a juvenile. Again, here we go. There's almost more fish than water. Every single chuck, out comes a red belly piranha. They're not very big, but my goodness, you know, there are just loads of them down here. I've heard all these stories about piranhas being capable of skeletonizing bodies literally within moments or minutes. I've got this freshly killed duck here from the market, and I think it's time to put those stories to the test. It's apparent that the sound, the thrashing of a distressed animal is what attracts them, so I'm just a little bit of movement to start them homing in. Right, they're in there. They're in there already. I just saw a flash of silver with that, you know, very distinctive red as well. Right, they're starting to arrive now. Once one finds it, basically, you know, that just kicks the whole thing off. Right, look at that. Go in the head there. They've already just stripped all the flesh from the spine. Flip this in and have a look. Oh, right. From the back, this didn't look too bad, but actually flip it over the side where the fish were, and you know, they've made a real mess of that. They've actually chewed through a huge expanse of feather to get at the meat, and they've gone right into the body cavity. They've taken most of the meat away. There's a huge section of actually the backbone gone in the neck. The head is just reduced to bone, both eyes are gone. And all this just in a matter of minutes.
It's easy to forget that this is right outside someone's front door. For the people who live here, dealing with the dangers of piranhas on a daily basis is just part of life.
Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Posso entrar?
Pode entrar.
I visit some of the families who live here to find out how they cope. But I discover a story of a piranha attack that chills me to my very bones.
Mas a gente sabe, né, que tem que sempre ter cuidado.
But what I soon learn is that it is in the dry season, when the water is low and the piranhas are concentrated, that the villagers are most at risk.
It is a particular time of year. It's principally the months of September and October here. The water is actually leaving the backwaters and all the little fish are swimming out, and basically the piranhas are there feeding on the small fish. So you've got a concentration of piranhas, and that is when the people here have to take extra care. De vez em quando entra dentro da água ou...
Não, aí é meio difícil porque senão a escada ela devora a pessoa, né?
You can't even get in the water to have a wash.
Aí tem que ter o vaso para ir catando o peixe e jogando, ó.
Main food item here is fish, so there you are. You have to clean the fish in order to prepare it for the meal, and just the smell of that will bring a concentration of piranhas there. So you've got to be careful. Keep your fingers nowhere near the water.
But on one occasion, this family dropped their guard, with horrific consequences.
Ele quando eu tava com 2 anos.
It was a grandson of Julius. Quem estava tratando?
Era a minha esposa.
Ah, eu sei.
É.
You're saying, you can't look after kids all the time. His wife was cleaning some fish off the back of the house, and the child just ran, as children do, from one side of the house to the other, and just fell in the water the other side. And he said, literally, they heard a noise, they got there, it was already too late.
A gente só via era os comeiros da piranha.
The child fell in the water and just didn't come up. All they said that they saw was just a turbulence in the water of the piranhas devouring the child, just literally moments after the child had fallen off the side of the boat.
Os ossos, né, da criança.
With nets, they were trying to sort of, retrieve the child, even while this was going on. And eventually, he said, all they got in was bones. E demorou quanto tempo para chegar nesse?
Esse foi rápido.
When I asked how long it took, he said, no, this happened very rapidly because there are just so many piranhas here.
This is what I'd been searching for, a first-hand account of piranhas attacking, killing and eating a human. In this case, a 3-year-old boy who the grandfather preferred not to name. Yet the reality of hearing a story like this takes away all feelings of success I might have had.
It's one thing to hear the myth of piranhas, but I mean, it's quite something else to talk to somebody who's actually seen the truth of that with their own eyes.
If you consider that this is just one of hundreds or even thousands of similar isolated settlements found all along the Amazon, who knows how many more cases remain unreported.
I'm just trying to imagine what it's like living in a small house on top of water, and you've got 10 children just running here, there and everywhere like children do, and how on earth do you keep an eye on them? Because literally, they're over the edge, and potentially this time of year, within seconds, they've had it. How do you live like that? These lads are just, they're just balancing on pieces of wood about that wide. And I've just heard this horrific story about somebody falling into this water and getting just devoured in seconds. And they don't even seem bothered by it.
Much as we might live with the ever-present threat of a lethal highway on our doorstep, these people continue their lives within feet of deadly piranhas.
I guess, like a lot of things, living in a floating house like this with these piranhas underneath, after a while it's just there, it's just automatic. You just get used to it. There are just precautions that you take. You can't be thinking about it all the time. If you were, you just wouldn't be able to get on with your life. It's just this ever-present presence underneath and all around you.
I set out on this journey to find an eyewitness to a piranha attack, in the hope that their evidence might give me the proof I needed to know if the bloodthirsty reputation of the piranha is justified. I've found that piranhas are sometimes shy, sometimes defensive, and they are somewhat misunderstood. But if you have a very specific combination of the right time of year, blood, the struggle of distress, and a trapped or weakened person, you will trigger a piranha feeding frenzy. In a river full of monsters, this is just a natural adaptation to life here in the Amazon. But no matter what, the piranha will continue to evoke fear and horror in each and every one of us. In the deep south, a monster is accused of a series of violent attacks. A creature as deadly as a shark and as big as a gator is blamed.
Wherever we have alligator gar, there are myths of monsters.
The state authorities said it should be electrocuted. Now, I'm on a mission to get face to face with this river monster.
You better be strapped in.
To find out if this animal really is guilty of the crimes it's blamed for. I'm Jeremy Wade, a fisherman and a biologist with a passion for freshwater giants. I've travelled the globe, putting my life on the line to find truly monster-sized fish.
It's become something of an obsession for me to get into really remote parts of the world and to find the animals that nobody else can.
But the creatures I hunt and find are not just monsters in size, but in attitude too. And now I'm on the trail of one that has a reputation for attacking humans.
I've heard some alarming stories of this creature over many years, but I've never seen one in the flesh. It's the Alligator Gar, a truly prehistoric monster.
There are 5 species of gar that inhabit the United States. All gar are ancient fish. They've existed on Earth for over 100 million years. Their survival is in part because of their unique defense system, scales made from a super hard enamel called ganoin. This armour plating has seen them survive predatory dinosaurs. The alligator gar, however, is in a class apart. Named for the profile of its snout, it's the largest of all gar, reaching some 10 feet in length and weighing over 365 pounds. It has a further defining characteristic, a double row of dagger-pointed teeth along the length of the upper jaw. But these attributes have not been enough to defend it against a more modern threat: man. Before 1930, their range extended beyond American borders. But the impact of people means that now they're not found above the boot heel of Missouri and Tennessee. Alligator gar stand accused of savage attacks on humans. I've trawled the archives, and all the attacks I've come across are concentrated in the deep south. They certainly have the teeth for it, but I've been unable to find any hard evidence that these fish are the culprits. If I'm going to find an alligator gar guilty of these crimes, I'm definitely looking for a very big fish. The experts I've spoken to suggest Texas is the place where the biggest specimens are still to be found. I'm heading directly to the Trinity River, a 710-mile-long waterway. Here, people have caught gator gar longer than I am tall.
Bigger when you get close, isn't it?
To help me, I'm recruiting Bubba Bedri. He's a specialist in finding alligator gar that weigh over 100 pounds, sometimes for food, but normally for bow fishermen after trophies. But I'm not planning to catch a fish for a trophy. I want to find out if this creature has committed the crimes it's accused of. Bubba is taking me straight to a section of the Trinity that he believes holds the best hope of finding large gar.
What we're doing now is we're just drifting with the current, and we've just come to a bend in the river that doubles round. And Bubba's just said this is the hole, this is a known haunt, and I can imagine the current has actually dug out a bit of a hole in the bottom here. And apparently they are very aware, more aware than a lot of fish, of sort of knocking and noises in the boat. So we're literally just drifting with the current and just looking to see if we can see them come up and breach.
Gar have a swim bladder that works like a lung, an adaptation that helps them survive in oxygen-poor backwaters and creeks. However, this brings them up to the surface to breathe. It's a chink in their armour, giving away their presence.
Oh yes. So they're just coming up and gulping air and going down.
Yeah, that fish there is mad. He knows we're here.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know
when he splashes hard like that? I guess assumed to spook us off.
Yeah, I've come across exactly the same thing in the Amazon. There's a fish there that comes up and gulps air, and if they do it gently, they don't know you're there. If they're like that, you think, oh, that's a good fish, but it's actually getting up and going down as quickly as it can. So it's the same behaviour.
The rivers here have murky water. With visibility limited, gar use a band of highly sensitive vibration receptors along their body called the lateral line. This enables them to locate prey and predators. To avoid detection, we decide to abandon the boat and fish from the shore. I'm still experimenting with baits, and I'm going to start off using a treble hook, standard issue for big predatory fish.
Although the water's muddy, I've seen several come and break the surface, so I know they're here. I know they're a fish of 100 pounds plus, you know, within 25-yard radius of my bait. You know, that's quite a feeling. It's one of those moments in fishing where things can go from being very quiet, like they are at the moment, to, you know, suddenly you can have an animal over 100 pounds on the end of your line trying to pull you in the water.
But if there is a monster gator gar in these Texan waters, it's not giving itself up easily. If I'm to find one that fits the crimes it's accused of, it has to be at least as big as me. A real river monster. At Lake Livingstone on the Trinity River in Texas, I seek out legendary fisherman Bobby Fly for some clues on how to find a giant specimen. He caught one 7 feet long that put him in the Hall of Fame, and he believes there are still big gar around on the Trinity.
You ain't got to move your boat 100 yards one way or the other to catch good garfish right there. Now, I have seen one 14 foot long down there. Darfish.
Oh, really?
And I was tied up in the top of a willow tree with a 14-foot flat bottom, and this bad boy come right up beside me and just surfaced right there. And I seen the front of my boat and the back of my boat, and I seen fish all the way. So I immediately pulled up the slack, undone my rope, and went on to the house. I didn't hang around.
But this sighting was in 1987, and his record catch was landed in 1991. Other anglers have pulled out large specimens, but no fish over 8.5 feet in length has been caught in the last decade. The big question is, are there still any gar left large enough to commit the attacks they're accused of? And if so, how will I catch one?
That's interesting. I mean, it's a big, fierce...
Bobby Fly caught his giant using a bait of a carp-like fish called a buffalo.
And how did you prepare the buffalo to...
Okay, you take the buffalo and you want a nice one about, 5-10 pounds. Then you take a mallet and beat him up.
Well, like a hammer? Yeah.
A mallet.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
A little baseball bat's what we use.
Yeah.
And you just whoop on him real good.
Yeah.
And then you take your claws, your fingernails, and you just get his tail and you just strip the thins off.
Yeah.
And then you cut him up in little bitty squares, like 1/4-inch squares.
Right, okay.
And the blood, the reason why you beat on the fish with a mallet is to get that blood all into the meat. See, because that's what they're smelling when out there. They want that blood. You just put it on that hook and throw it up there.
That's all very interesting. All I've got to do now is go out and try and get something similar size. Something close to that will make me happy. I think I'll be...
Well, you will. You will. There's some big ones out there.
Yeah.
You go down there where I told you to go. You'll be all right.
Bobby Fly's optimism about the size of these fish is ringing in my ears. But I'm still unsure whether this fish is as aggressive as its reputation suggests.
I've heard many stories of these fish attacking humans, but one particular incident sticks in my mind. A really gruesome report from the neighboring state, Louisiana.
Try and catch me!
On a warm, humid spring day, a 9-year-old schoolgirl, Elizabeth Granger, and her 13-year-old brother, George, are playing on the shoreline of the lake.
Not fair, you always win.
Elizabeth, only a few feet away from her brother, dangles her feet in the water.
Always win, you always do.
Suddenly, something grabs hold of her leg. Dr. Robert B. Payne has worked as a physician for almost 40 years. But he has never seen wounds like this.
What have we here? My goodness.
The press report George's claim that what attacked his sister was 7 feet long. and that he believed it to be a garfish. In his medical report, Dr. Payne describes the wounds as being like coarse needles inserted in a board. A wave of paranoia soon follows, and the alligator gar is held accountable for many similar attacks. Although this was a well-documented event, the identity of the attacker rested entirely on the testimony of a 13-year-old boy. But was an alligator gar really the culprit? Or, with its threatening prehistoric appearance, was it just an obvious scapegoat? I turn to Mark Spitzer, an expert on the gar.
You've got a sort of an inch thick or so.
Yeah.
Is that what you? Is that the sort of the official gar history as far as you've?
Well, this is my gar history. I've been intensely researching gar for the last few years, and you know, all over the country, wherever we have alligator gar, there are myths of monsters. These fish were the fishes of nightmares, and so, I mean, one rumor that was created was that these fish eat twice their weight in a day, and stuff like that, you know, and that they attack human beings.
So, I mean, were there lots of stories of that kind of nature?
There was an article that appeared in the New Orleans newspaper called "Alligator Gar More Dangerous Than So-Called Maneater Shark." And this is a copy of the article. It was written by an anonymous journalist who basically said, if you should emerge from swimming or taking a bath and you find out that you have a limb missing, do not blame the shark. It is probably the alligator gar that did it.
It's where does the fact end and the imagination and sort of fantasy start?
The gar can certainly grow to a large size, and it has a ferocious armory of teeth. But does this prove an inclination to attack humans? Is it a natural-born killer? I need to find hard evidence. Using the advice of fishing legend Bobby Fly, I'm going for a bait of buffalo fish. This, I hope, will let me get my hands on the alleged culprit. But I'm learning on the job. My best hope is to try and get into the mind of the gar.
I've only been here a very short time, and because so few people fish for these fish, you know, it's a big, ugly, stupid-looking fish, so let's use fairly basic tackle. And you know, normally it's a thick bit of wire, some heavy line, and a big treble hook. I think they're actually quite sensitive. You know, you can still be sensitive even if you've got a sort of a bony mouth. And I think thick wire, they could feel that when they're chomping on it. And I think a treble hook as well. You know, there's a nice, soft, succulent bit of fish, and there's something else in there. Now, what's that? And I think they could spit it out. So I'm using a single hook, and the thing about that, it can just fold down nicely. It's not sticking out like, you know, 3 points on it.
Both Mark and I cast lines into the river, but it's the bait on the single hook that gets picked up.
Something's got it. It's moving right to left. Is it?
Yeah, it is.
I need to let the line run very freely to avoid the fish realising the bait's attached to anything.
It's a bit of a battle of nerves, this. Something's taken off. It's on the end. It's stopped. It's off again. It's off again. Yeah, really. That's good. Good sign. Right, it's going to be very soon.
Oh, I think it's off. Oh, no.
It's coming toward us.
That's a small, it's a turtle or it's a small fish? It's coming in
it's a
very
little
easily.
gar.
Is it a needle nose?
Look at that greedy thing. That greedy thing. Ah!
This gator gar has eyes bigger than its stomach. But at 3 feet long, it's a chance for me to test whether these fish have an aggressive character.
Right.
They grow at 18 inches their first year, so it's probably, you know, between a year and 2.
That tongue's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. There's those 2 rows of of teeth on the top.
These teeth are 3/8 of an inch long, a quarter of the length of those of a fully grown gator gar.
Oh my God, you got bit, huh?
I was just in there trying to get the hook out.
Score one for the fish.
Yeah. It's a very young alligator gar with a big appetite. I'm just going to lob him back in the water. Whoops! Back in the water.
My idea that the gar is just a misunderstood, big, ugly, stupid fish has caught me out. Maybe it does deserve its reputation after all.
This fish has actually still got a lot of energy left. I brought it in on very heavy gear, so it's actually got a lot of energy left. Normally they'd be pretty tired out. I think I'm just going to slide him over the side, well ahead of our next fishing spot. So here we go. Back you go.
Even a fish this small has managed to draw blood.
Good battle scars.
It did, didn't it? But you can see the sort of the cut on it.
This is a setback to my theory that the gator gar may have been unfairly blamed for these violent attacks. The consequences, if this fish was scaled up to a monstrous 8 to 10 feet, are beginning to hit home.
When you think about a gar that size with teeth to match and a body like a torpedo, it really is a terrifying prospect. You've just got a living weapon of destruction.
I'm on a mission to find out the truth behind its ugly reputation.
I know from first-hand experience just how sharp those teeth are.
Oh my God, you got bit, huh?
That was just a gentle brush with its teeth. Okay, it wasn't particularly deep, but they certainly drew blood.
Whoops! Back in the water.
Yet this alligator gar is only 3 feet long. George Granger reported that what bit his sister was 7 feet long. And other reports state that these fish can reach double that length.
Now I have seen one 14 foot long down there.
Its reputation for vicious attacks on humans is beginning to appear justified.
It's no wonder that people took fright when you consider a beast of those dimensions with a couple of 100 razor-sharp teeth.
But I still don't have hard proof. I believe the jury is still out. In past times, for many of those living in the Deep South, this was a fish guilty as charged, one that should be eradicated from all rivers and lakes.
So they took it really seriously then, the whole business of let's clear these things out of the water. They're an abomination. They're not fit to sort of share the planet with us. They obviously look guilty, therefore they must be responsible for these occasional incidents where someone gets their leg bitten or whatever.
But where's the evidence? Basically, they look scary, and so that added to people just wanting to run them out of town, and so they were run out of town.
I mean, I heard of, just sort of heaps of them up on the,
yeah, bulldozered piles. Lots of people shooting them, just a very despised, hated fish.
In 1933, the Texas Game Fish Commission began a campaign of extermination. They built an electric gar destroyer rigged with a 200-volt electric net to kill the fish. Over the next 3 decades, millions of gar were destroyed in an effort to be rid of them forever. Perhaps the prejudice that the alligator gar has always suffered explains the extreme fishing methods used to catch them today. Unless they get the protection they need to reach full size, giant alligator gar may well be wiped out. Now, in Texas, for the first time, the Parks and Wildlife authorities are trying to work out what the cost has been to the gar population. On the lower Trinity, we're en route to set what are called jug lines, baited hooks attached to floats. Our plan is to catch as many gator gar as possible and then monitor them with electronic tags. Dr. Dave Buckmeyer leads this project.
Dave, what's the state of knowledge on the gar at the moment?
Alligator gar, along with other gars and buffalo and things, have always been considered kind of rough fish, which no one really cared much about.
Is that the same as trash fish? That's,
trash fish would be another common name for it.
Yeah.
And so there was actually even efforts to try and eradicate alligator gar and other gars from populations because they were believed to have eaten desirable fish, if you will, largemouth bass and things that we have, catfish. They have recently been listed as vulnerable by the American Fisheries Society, and that's because in most states they're definitely on the decline. Yeah. So we have some real reasons for concerns about the species.
Yeah. Shall I chuck this out?
Yeah, go ahead. Throw that one up there.
Yeah. And it unwinds itself, does it? Is that?
Yeah. They just, as the bait sinks, they'll unwind.
And then that lies on the bottom, and
right.
Just,
and that lies on the bottom, and when the gar come up to feed, they'll kind of comb the bottom, pick up the bait, and usually run with it for 15-20 minutes. And after we're confident they've swallowed it, we'll go pick up the bait.
It's, spinning nicely there. Oh, it looks like it's come to rest.
Not much research has yet been done, but it's thought few gator gar reach their maximum lifespan of 60 years. As we move on to set more lines, there's a call from the opposite bank of the river.
We've actually just put out some jug lines and nets, but some local guys here, they've got a trot line out, a line going across the river with hooks at intervals, and they've just pulled a small gar out on that. So the first fish actually now is going to be tagged, and then all the measurements taken.
930 and 78 is the tag number.
The tag will provide the biologists with data about which areas of the Trinity River the gar are using, so they can formulate a plan to protect the species.
Sounds like a visit to the dentist, but actually quite appropriate because the scales of these things are made of something called ganoin, which is actually very similar to tooth enamel. So hence the need for a drill just to penetrate that body armour.
Engineered like medieval chainmail, the gar's suit of armour is built from thick diamond-shaped scales, providing a formidable defence against attack. They're so hard that Native Americans use them for arrowheads.
And the fish, I can't even feel it tensing, it's just lying here very, very calmly. Wet towel over it, over the eyes as well, quite important. It's just come out of a very muddy river where it can't see much into the bright light.
Unlike my last experience, this young gar displays no aggressive behaviour.
If you'll read that number, the top number.
Okay, this is 44433.
We're gonna just let that one go.
Okay.
The gar is released unharmed.
Oh! I guess he wanted to go.
He wanted to go.
The electronic tag will now send a signal to a series of receivers to monitor the fish's movements. We begin the process of bringing in the baited jug lines.
This has actually moved quite a bit from where we put it in, but there's nothing on the end there. Well, there's something on the end there, but there's certainly not a live fish on the end. Yeah, that's still got the bait on. I mean, something obviously has been at that, but that's not a gar. I mean, you know, this river's full of turtles, and that looks like it's just been munched by turtles.
The Trinity River is home to over 14 species of freshwater turtle.
One of the other complications in gar fishing, the odds are against you in all sorts of ways. I might as well give the rest of it to them. And quite a frustrating method of fishing, even with multiple hooks.
After several hours, the scientists' own search is finally successful.
Yes, you want to grab the
Nothing on the jug lines, but one caught in a net, a 2-foot gar.
I think other than that,
There are no signs of any monster-sized fish.
It looks like the population of these fish is in a worse state than I thought. Maybe in the old days when these fish were literally everywhere, crude techniques would work. But now I think I'm going to have to develop an approach that is more precise and targeted.
I'm determined to get face to face with a giant gar and find out the truth behind its monstrous reputation. But I'm finding the task far harder than I expected.
There we go.
So little is known about this fish. It's been accused of all kinds of crimes, but the research into what it actually does, where it does it, and how it does it is virtually non-existent.
I'm heading for the aquarium in Athens, Texas, where curator Wayne Heaton keeps some gator gar. I need to know more about the business end of these fish, just what exactly their teeth are capable of.
I think as far as a lot of people are concerned, this is very close to a shark, and it's in fresh water, it's in a river near you.
Right.
You know, sort of don't go in the water.
Unfortunately with us, especially if it's something we don't know much about, we always assume the worst. And so you see a big 6, 7, 8 foot gar hit the surface with these monstrous teeth. The first thing that comes to your mind is, well, I'm not getting in the water. Well, you know, these teeth, they're not like our teeth. They're not kind of blunt. We kind of have a few sharp ones for tearing or whatnot. These things are made to whenever they grab something, it's theirs. And so these teeth are very, very sharp.
It is a long, streamlined fish, but that girth is like a barrel, isn't it? I mean, and all that is, or most of that is just
solid
muscle. And presumably, although they live most of the time very quiet and nothing bothers them, if they actually want to use that muscle and they've got that big paddle at the end of the body, there's going to be a lot of propulsive force there, I guess.
There is a lot of power behind that fish, and it's actually one of the largest fish that we have here in the United States. They can get well over 9 feet long, 300 pounds. But, you'll find out that gar are very timid creatures. They're very shy. Unfortunately, since these guys are called alligator gar, and that first word strikes fear into everybody. And so when they hear alligator gar, they key in on that word alligator and think danger. And the reason the alligator gar has its name is not because it has the attitude of the alligator, but has a head very similar to an alligator. But that's basically where it stops. You've got a 9 foot, 200 pound scaredy cat until he gets hooked.
Yeah. I wonder if, perhaps they're a bit simple-minded and they're just sort of programmed, even if it's dead, they're still programmed to sort of like keep it clamped for a little while before properly swallowing it.
When they grab it, they kind of want to make sure it's something that they're going to be able to swallow, so you might see them hold it for a minute to make sure that that's what they want, and once they decide to eat it, you'll start seeing them moving it in their mouth, and then to the point where they'll actually swallow it.
But then once it's there, even though it's a big mouth, that process seems to be quite a slow process.
Right. They will do it at their leisure. They're in no hurry because once they have that in their mouth, they know it's not going nowhere. So if it's something that's got quite a bit of fight, they'll just keep that mouth closed until it wears itself out to where they can swallow it. You're not going to have something in the water to try to find the gar. You're basically going to let that gar come to you. So, and he's going to grab it, and so when he grabs it, you might not want to try to set the hook right when he grabs it because he might be still deciding whether he wants it or not. But once he gets to where he wants to swallow it and then you set the hook, you better be strapped in.
With the knowledge that I need a cautious, patient approach, I hire another fishing guide, Mark Malfa, to take me to a fresh section of the Trinity River. My plan, to hold off setting the hook until I'm sure the gator gar has properly taken the bait.
That was definitely a fish moving off.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Not a damn thing.
I've just had something playing with the bait on the end of this rod for about half an hour. Took a few feet, stopped, the line twitching, did that a couple of times. No real long run, but decided just to tighten down and try and set the hook. And I was just winding down to feel the fish prior to setting the hook, and didn't even feel the fish. It just the bait coming in. So yeah, getting on for half an hour.
The local technique of shooting gar with bow and arrow can be quicker and easier, but this is not my style. I'm determined not to harm any fish I catch, but it can be a frustrating experience.
What do you think? Is this going to put it off? It might do, mightn't it? I'll let it. Yeah. I think it's actually going faster than the...
How far is that? Probably 55 yards?
I'd say a bit more than that. It's, yeah. That's... Right, I think it's stopped and it's moving off again. What do you reckon?
Yeah, you want to...
Or patience, or...
I don't want to get down that tree.
Yeah, might be wise just to do it, yeah?
Something has made the gar open its mouth and drop the bait.
No, but the bait's still there.
Yeah, go and leave it there.
So
that's fine. It's in a good spot.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Get your heart going.
Yeah, you just don't know, do you? You can imagine what's happening down there. So that's interesting. So that had that. I've been playing with that bait for about 10 minutes or more, 15.
10 minutes or more, probably more like 15. It actually
Yeah.
it actually swam upriver.
Yeah, I mean they got a big mouth. They're just very delicate feeders on bait, aren't they? You know, they in theory they could just swallow that in one go. Yeah, I mean you can sort of understand if it's if that bait is alive and it's wriggling around, you don't want to let go of it, do you? But if they can tell that it's dead, why do they? Maybe it's just they're a bit stupid and it's just ingrained behaviour. You just hang on to it for a long time until it.
It would make sense.
Yeah. See the float there?
Oh yeah. Well, there we go.
There we go. Look at that. See that?
Now it's acting like I want it.
That's acting like a gar.
Yeah.
So that's coming up the stream.
Once again, the gar has dropped my bait.
There's the bait. How about that?
Took a lot of line.
Wow. And it wasn't properly in its mouth. Took it down. Might just have a look and see if it's mashed up at all. This is actually very, very frustrating fishing. I mean, something definitely had that in its mouth because it moved it several yards. But when I tightened down, there's nothing there. And really, just talking to people who fish here, I mean, there's not much that anybody's told me that's any use. I mean, very few people fish for these. Bobby Fly caught his by accident. And the fishing that is done on rod and line is pretty basic. It does work. It's a fairly low percentage success rate. You chuck out a lump of dead fish like this and you wait and you let it take it for a long time. And most times you tighten down, there's nothing on the end. But sometimes there is, and it hasn't really got any more sophisticated than that, but that was another half hour with nothing to show at the end of it. Very slow moving day today. I haven't seen anything rise for quite a long time. So all I'm going to do, I'm expecting that actually whatever it was has gone away, but there's an outside chance there could be something sort of sat on the bottom there with it in its mouth. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to tighten each one, and if I feel resistance, I'm going to sort of yank on the line, and there's an outside chance there could be a fish on the end, but I'm not expecting it. But good to go through the motions just in case.
Tight. There you go. Come on, set it, set it, set it. Yes, yes.
I think that could be a fish there. It's hard to say at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fish.
You got a lot of line out there, boss.
It feels quite strange though, whatever it is.
A turtle.
It's a turtle, damn.
Nice big soft-shell turtle.
Spiny soft-shell turtles like this will often eat frogs and snails, but they're just as happy with a bit of dead fish.
It did feel strange on the way in. That thing was taking the bait all over the river. There's a chunk of fish about half the size of this turtle, and it's sort of made off with it. You can hear it hissing there. It's a bit annoyed with us, but I'm a bit annoyed with him, actually. Leave the bait alone.
You and me both.
Leave the bait alone, yeah. Anyway, it's action, but not quite the action we wanted. Oops. Oh, that was a lot of work getting that in, and not what we wanted, but we've still got time for some fish action, possibly.
But focused on my target, I fish on, towards dusk.
What do you reckon? Tighten down? Right.
Normally, gar are caught before the water begins to cool down, well before the sun sets.
That's gone up. It's gone up again.
Most guides give up fishing by mid-afternoon.
Set it, set it, set it, set it. There we go. That's it. Please be on it. You feel something?
Yeah. That's a fish. Ain't no turtle.
Oh, yes! Yes!
Oh, it's gone under the boat, under the boat, under the boat, under the boat.
Keep the tip away.
That soaked me. I'm here 4 feet above the water and I got a splashing.
Yes!
Finally, it seems I am going to get face to face with my river monster. After fishing for 12 hours straight, just as dusk turns to night, I set my eyes on the giant fish.
It's pulling down.
Look at that rod tip.
Yeah. Let's get him up, let's get him up. Do you want me to?
The most dangerous part of gar fishing is bringing the fish aboard the boat.
go! That's what we wanted.
That's exactly what we
wanted.
wanted.
That is exactly what we wanted. That's a proper size fish.
As the gar comes aboard, it thrashes its snout from side to side like a scythe. I haven't forgotten that 3-footer that got me.
This fish is almost 7 feet long.
Single hook.
Single hook.
Single hook, single hook. We've done it, we've done it. Fantastic, Mark, that was really... Ooh. Okay, we got the gaff handle?
Yes.
All right, so this will go in here. Okay.
The teeth of this gar are another ½ inch longer than those that scarred me earlier.
I think it's 123 pounds. Good, 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 good.
Yes.
Finally getting my hands on the fish and seeing it face to face, I can begin to weigh up the evidence.
Actually laying hands on this prehistoric beast. This is fantastic. I mean, this is the creature that I came here to see. I mean, you hear people say, like Mark, that, you know, these things, they won't just devour a bait, they will just, they're so fiddly, they will just sit and chew it and maybe spit it out. You know, I've had fish take 100 yards of line even, 15, 20 minutes, you tighten down and there's just nothing on the end.
Gar don't bite pieces off their prey. They only eat what they can swallow whole. This puts humans off the menu.
For all this fierce reputation, you know, they do seem to be, you know, they certainly look the part, but I'm not sure that they actually act up to the part. Ooh, what a thing, what an animal.
This gator gar seems too gentle-natured to cause deliberate harm.
Interesting that here's the bait. It's not, you know, it hasn't taken it down. The bait is, oh, here we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, girl, don't worry, you're going back in the water in a moment.
Yeah, maybe we'll throw that after as a little consolation. But no, it's interesting, when it just did that, the whole upper jaw sort of expanded, didn't it? You know, when it actually came up and
You can actually see the gaps where there's actually flesh in between and the head's allowed to expand.
Yeah.
Right through these two little veins, right through here and up through here. You see that separation from the jaw? See how that actually gives? There's flesh in between these areas as well as up and through here. See that? This is solid. Right here's flesh that attaches the joints, so it allows the head to flex and move.
The skin that joins these armoured plates allows the gar's jaw to expand. But not so much that it could consume a person or even a human limb.
It's very tempting just to keep it out and admire it, you know, but I think, you know, what is important, although this animal is an air breather, I think it is very much time to get it back in. So I think one last look and back in the water.
Up. Oh, see how it's doing? Okay, you got it?
Okay. Very hard to hold.
Hey, and you got the heavier end.
I've got the heavy end, I've got the bony end.
This female gator gar measures 6 feet 8 inches. She's longer than I am tall. Then, once again, the gar draws blood. She has a 14-inch long mouth full of some 500 teeth.
That's not actually the teeth of the animal, that is the back of a scale or some scales.
Slicing across.
Yeah, as the fish, my hand, with the weight of the fish on my forearm there, the fish just slid back, and I'm sliding that way is fine, sliding this way, the rear points of these triangular scales stuck in. The Native Americans used to use them as arrowheads, and I can sort of see why now. I've got a big old scrape down my arm there from the scales. Anyway, should we get...
I believe I've seen enough to clear the gar's name.
You've got that, yeah?
It's time to return this specimen to the wild and reflect on other possible suspects.
Okay.
A little higher.
Lift it up. Okay.
Ta-da, baby.
There it goes. There it goes.
Excellent.
Wow.
Okay.
Has the clue been there all along? In the very name the alligator gar shares with another predator.
If you put legs on that, it would just be like an alligator.
It would get up and walk.
Is the real culprit the animal it could so easily be mistaken for? The American alligator. After years of one-sided testimony, it's time for the jury to review the verdict on the guilt of the gator gar. There must be a more logical culprit for the many incidents that have been blamed on the gar. In the same rivers and lakes that they inhabit, there are also many American alligators. Not only do they share the same habitats, they have similar teeth. Their size and the profile of their snouts could easily be confused one for the other.
I've come to this alligator park in southern Texas to get a look at some of the other characters that share the water with the alligator gar, because I've got a sneaking feeling that actually the alligator gar is taking the rap for somebody else, and it could be these characters here. What I really want to do is get a fairly close look at the equipment of the alligator, and what would be really good would be to actually see them in action as well, but I think that part of it is probably best left to Gary.
Gary Sawridge is a key witness for the gar's defence.
Absolutely, these guys.
He understands the crucial difference between the behaviour of a fish and an alligator.
You can imagine an animal like this would have no problem taking a full-grown man. They're sneaky. They're tremendously patient. These animals right here, there's no telling how many deaths they're really responsible for every year. This is the apex hunter in the United States of America right here. Let's say it's a hot summer day, you decide you're gonna dip your feet in the water a little bit, you're dangling them down and wow, they come up and hit. When the alligator's hunting his prey, they'll shoot up out of the water and they'll grab whatever limb he can get. And on the way down, it'll do a death roll. And if you were to resist that, it's whatever limb it gets, whether it be hand, finger, or toes, it's coming off. The alligator gar doesn't have near the pressure. The American alligator can bite down with 3,000 pounds per square inch. And I'm sure many, many times folks may think that it's an alligator gar on a bad bite, but you can rest assured it's not. It's normally the American alligator.
Gar have neither the power nor the attitude for premeditated violent attacks on humans.
Alligator gar don't chew, so they only eat stuff big enough that they can swallow whole. Depending on the size of the gar, depends on what size that food item that they'll eat. But a good 6 to 8 foot gar could very easily take out a 12 to 14-inch fish.
I'm left in little doubt that many of the attacks attributed to gator gar are far more likely to be the work of the American alligator.
I've heard all these myths about the alligator gar, you know, ripping people's legs off, chopping alligators in half, generally terrorizing the neighborhood. But what's interesting is, since having come here and spoken to people who actually know about this fish and having spent some time myself on the river, I've got this idea that it's actually just got a bad PR agent. I think it's a bit of a pussycat. It just so happens that here is a tank with some very big alligator gar in, and this is actually my chance to test my theory for myself.
I've been at the sharp end of a 3-foot gator gar's teeth.
Back in the water.
I've felt the muscle power held in the serpentine body of a 6-foot 8-inch monster.
I think it's 123 pounds.
But now, I've got to walk the talk. I've got to venture into the gar's own underwater world. None of the gar show any intent to harm me. In my view, it's the alligator gar itself that has been the victim.
It's amazing to get this close. This fish really is a miracle of evolution, a true survivor. But if anyone is going to see the real giants, this fish needs to be allowed to grow without persecution. Maybe then we'll get to see those 14-footers again.
Whoa! That was an experience. Oh, I have to say the size and the aspect of those fish, though, when I first saw them, was really quite intimidating. But I think this is a very, very misunderstood animal, and I think it really is time that we just try to understand
this fish a little bit better.
My name is Jeremy Wade. I'm an explorer, a biologist, and a fisherman.
Look at this! There it is!
I've caught many extraordinary fish from rivers all around the world. Fish that can be described as real monsters. Normally, I have to travel halfway around the world to find my quarry.
Here we go.
The biggest, some would say baddest, freshwater fish on the planet. It's not often I hear of a river monster in my own backyard. But this is exactly what's happened. A report in a German newspaper says swimmers are being attacked in a lake outside Berlin. This isn't a far-off exotic place. A river monster within 10 miles of a 21st century European capital. Can it really be true? It's an opportunity not to be missed. I'm already packing my equipment. I have my suspicions as to the identity of the culprit. And if I'm right, it's a fish with a monstrous reputation, chronicled since medieval times.
There it is, there it is, there it is!
The wels is Europe's largest freshwater fish, capable of reaching over 200 pounds. I've been doing some research into this predatory member of the catfish family, and I'm finding that ever since records began, Europe seems to have had its very own well-documented freshwater maneater.
It appears the Wels catfish is actually no stranger to making front-page news. There are stories about this species going back literally for centuries, portraying it as a man-eating monster. I've been doing a bit of research. Quite frankly, I had no idea it had such a reputation. Back in the 1500s, a human head and a hand with gold rings found inside the stomach. 1630, the corpse of a 7-year-old child. Body of a woman, 2 girls devoured. It just goes on and on. But all this is just so tantalizing. There are no hard facts and figures, unless, you count something like that. If that was the equivalent of your front page story in the 16th century, would you go in the water?
It would be too easy to dismiss these tales as the work of superstitious, unscientific medieval minds. Attacks and human body parts turning up in Wels's stomachs have been reported across Eastern Europe, from Russia to Poland, through the ages, right up to the present day.
I recently came across this report in a German newspaper of swimmers in a lake being attacked by what is thought to be a large Wels catfish.
I'm on my way to Germany to investigate these attacks and maybe solve the mystery of a serial killer with its roots in Europe's medieval past. Germany is at the forefront of urban expansion. Although steeped in history, it is now coated in glass and steel. Hardly the place for a man-eating monster. Schlachtensee is a lake just 10 minutes from Berlin's city centre, and it's just become Germany's very own Loch Ness. This is where the attacks are happening. Over a mile long and up to 700 feet across, the lake was formed in the last ice age. It's where literally thousands of Berliners come when the weather gets hot to cool off and swim in the water. But for those of them who haven't read the newspapers or seen the news reports, they could be in for a nasty surprise next time they dip their toe in these idyllic waters. These cool waters have always been a refuge for Wels catfish, and falling to over 25 feet in places, it's plenty deep enough to hide an absolute monster. The attacks were localized, concentrated in 2 small areas. Strangely, areas, according to local fishermen, not traditionally the places to hunt for Wels. So just what happened?
I'm going to ask one of the victims, Jonas Veg.
What exactly did you do when you came down that day?
Maybe 2 or 3 months ago. I was swimming 10 or 20 seconds out of the lake. Suddenly, something big bit me. I don't know what it was, but it was a very big shock for me. Pain and shock. It hurts very much, of course.
Almost exactly here?
Yes, right here.
In a freshwater lake so far from the sea, the last thing you would expect is to get attacked by a fish. It's just not supposed to happen. Being bitten by a wels is to experience the power of 2 hard plates packed with hundreds of needle-sharp teeth. Huge jaw muscles create a crushing force. A bite is like being grabbed by a vice covered in coarse sandpaper.
Before this happened, you used to quite enjoy coming here.
Of course, every day I was swimming here. But after that, yeah, I don't swim again. Normally I wait 100 or 200 people are swimming here.
So definitely people have been put off, you think?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But Jonas wasn't the only victim. In almost the identical place, Katarina and her friend Clara had an encounter that has spooked them out of the water for good.
Just on a normal summer day, and we wanted to swim a little bit and meet friends, so we went to the lake.
Dann warst du wahrscheinlich in der schlechtesten Runde. Nee, ich war in der
We were swimming in the water, just treading water and talking to each other, and there was something swimming around our legs, but we couldn't really define it. I think it was like a snake in the water. Then suddenly there was something on my leg. Then there was a wound on my leg, there was blood. There were 2 parts, that part here and the other one on the other side. I went to a hospital with my mother. They reacted really shocked, the doctors, because they've never seen anything like that before.
And there were other attacks, the same pattern each time. Swimmers bitten on their legs, sent terrified out of the water, bleeding. Will these 21st century attacks prove that this European river monster is no medieval myth?
From what Jonas said, I mean, the obvious conclusion is that this was aggression. The catfish can be quite territorial. It builds a nest. You come too close, and you get a bite. However, from what Katarina and her friend said, there's another possibility.
I think it was like a snake in the water.
Very smooth and slippery.
I think in the catfish's world, something long and waving around in the water, they don't see it as a leg. It can only be another catfish. And they do tend to be quite rough when they're breeding, and this is breeding time, so maybe it's not aggression it's got on its mind, but possibly something else.
What I want to find out is what provoked these attacks, and are Wels catfish really capable of what they stand accused of? To find out what's going on below, I'm working with my cameraman Simon and a mini submarine. We have also enlisted the help of Dr. Christian Wolter from the Berlin Fisheries to give me an expert opinion. We're here to examine the scene of the crime and see whether knowledge of the biology of the wels could explain what exactly happened to trigger such aggression.
That's about 10 metres out, isn't it? That is about where the boy said he was attacked. What we could do is take it down there, so just over a metre. It's only about, you're straight in weed at a metre depth.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's okay.
I'd have thought you'd be out of your depth there, but you could stand up in that water, couldn't you, almost?
Yeah.
So it's weedy and shallow. But for Dr. Wolter, this is just the information he needs to understand what is going on. The wels were just doing what every parent does, protecting their offspring. The swimmers had trespassed into their nursery.
So is there anything special or unusual about where they took place, do you think?
These are common spawning places and so on. That's why it might be the reason why it occurred so close to the bank.
The place that we've heard about the attacks happening, that would be a potential spawning place.
Catfish is a plant spawner, They build nests in the plants where they lay their egg and then they guard the net. Then it's the only explanation that it was during the breeding time that they had a nest there, were guarding the nest and attacked something which comes too close. For this particular catfish, it was a huge stress to guard the nest and have almost swimmers around.
So it was actually a provoked attack. It was protecting the nest. Freshwater crayfish and other fish will eat eggs from an unguarded nest. To prevent this, the male catfish sits over its 300,000 yellow eggs, protecting them from all comers, large or small. There are two essential qualities that make a man-eater. Wels catfish certainly have the attitude, but do they have the capacity? Do they literally have the stomach for the job? As a younger angler, I caught smaller wels, but how big do they need to get to pose a serious threat to a human? There's no point fishing over the attack sites. Breeding is over. I've hooked up with local fisherman Horst Strategie. He knows where the wels are likely to be now.
Ich mache einen Strick und mache ihm einen Strick durch den Maul.
Me too. But first, we've got to get over the language barrier.
Und können ja kein Foto machen.
Yeah. Oh, hang it, right. Oh, I understand. He's a butcher. Okay, so now just fishing. Fishing? Right.
Immer mit zwei.
Okay. One glove, no good, not enough. Always with two. One glove, the fish can twist and twist you around. So we have two gloves. Finally, with the best spots pinpointed, we want to start fishing at dusk. So this is the place to fish? Wels are night stalkers. Their bodies are bulging with sensory receptors. The lateral line that all fish have allows them to sense water vibrations, but catfish also have extra receptors in their skin. Those tentacles are more than just feelers. They can taste the water for slight chemical changes. Any clue that leads them to a meal, which can be anything from fish to crustaceans, even water birds. When you're up against these super senses, fishing gear for wels needs to be tough, but you also need a bit of delicacy. I've got very strong, like 80-kilo breaking strain braided line there, so you can literally just hang on. You don't have to let them take any line at all. You just hang on and try and stop them getting anywhere near that wood. Float that slides, but only up as far as the knot. Going down to a fairly big single hook. And something on that hook that smells tasty, so a dead fish as bait should hopefully draw a large catfish in. The Schlachtensee catfish prove elusive. But my trip has not been wasted. I have confirmed that these fish have an aggressive attitude. It seems that these attacks in Berlin weren't predatory in their intent, but defensive, territorial behaviour at breeding time. But that's actually academic as far as the victims were concerned. They came away with bleeding wounds on their legs, which underlines the chilling truth. A large Wels catfish has both the size and the fearlessness to be a potential man-eater. And I have heard of a place where wels are reaching the sort of size that could fulfill the nightmarish claims of those medieval chroniclers.
If there's one place where I'm going to find out just how big the Wels catfish grows and how potentially dangerous it is, it's here, the Rio Ebro in northern Spain. The fish is introduced, it's been here a little more than 30 years. But in that time, you know, they're catching fish bigger than I am. I mean, they're growing massive. So, although part of me is a little bit dubious about coming here because it is an artificial situation, I'm also quite excited because I think that's a very good chance that in the next few days I'm going to see a seriously big fish on the end of my line.
Northern Spain, the River Ebro. In 1974, a German scientist came here and released some whales into this river. Ever since, not only have they grown in numbers, but also in size. The Wels has become Spain's very own Frankenstein monster.
There are 3 reasons why the Wels catfish are growing so big in this river. It's a mixture of man-made and natural. For a start, you've got 3 of these huge dams, and it just means there's so much more water, more space for the fish to live in. On top of that, this water is hot. The fish, being a cold-blooded animal, can just feed and grow for more months of the year than they do in Eastern Europe and in Berlin. This place was stuffed with fish anyway, particularly carp. The anglers are coming in, they're throwing in huge amounts of bait and just sending the whole system into hyperdrive.
This river has a policy of catch and release. So every year, the biggest fish are even bigger than the year before. Monsters of over 200 pounds already prowl these waters. Whales can live to 80 years. Such fish are a massive lure to fishermen from all over the world.
There's a story here about Wels catfish regurgitating a cat after it was caught, and nobody actually saw the cat taken, but I think it could have been a dead cat that was floating on the surface, a bit like this dead puppy here. So, I mean, these catfish, they will eat anything that falls in the water, and it's fair game. It's how they pack on the weight and reach such enormous sizes.
Wherever you look in the Ebro, there is food waiting to be snatched up by a catfish.
Come here, come here, come here. Got him. And it's actually still alive. It's still alive. These fish floating on the surface. There's one. There's another little bleak. Ah, come here. Oh, that's a baby zander. And it was just floating on the surface. I thought it was dead. We're just down from the dam, but I think what it is, this water, I put my hand in here, the water is really cold. The main river water is like a hot bath, and I think what it is the cold water hits the hot water and it's heat shock. You know, these fish are just, they're just floating belly up. There we go, it's alive, it's alive. I'll put it back in, but it's a baby zander, and there are quite a few here. And as I actually came along, just a few minutes ago, there was something snapping at this flotsam. I thought, oh, it's a carp. It was a catfish. It was about 10 or 15 pounds. And they obviously know this is a place to come for food. Maybe sometimes I think these come through the turbines as well, ready minced up. Another example of just how rich this river is. It's a man-made thing. We've got a dam here, and it just provides a source of food for Mr. Catfish. Back he goes. He might recover. I think he might recover. Amazing food source, all as a result of the dam there.
The Ebro might be an artificially created environment, but it is far from barren, with wildlife being drawn to it from all over for its rich pickings.
We've got here a very rare white vulture. There's just loads of griffon vultures nesting in this rock here. It's just purpose-built, sort of like a block of flats for vultures.
You can almost smell the haddock pellets that the fishermen use here as bait, and I seem to be giving off some confusing odours of my own.
Yeah, I've been fishing in the sun for a few days now. I didn't realise I smelt quite that bad, but it's bringing the vultures in.
Oh. Jürgen, my guide, has witnessed the continuing growth and aggression of these catfish.
You know, every fourth or fifth fish now is over 100 or 120 pounds, and they catch in hundreds of them over the year and just in a little stretch of the river. So the population is so big that never it should happen before, as not in Spain. That's what I mean.
So this is the place to be careful if you're going swimming.
We had some attacks. Especially releasing catfish.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they really bit on it, and then you see things like a big U or a big C. You know, the mark of the catfish. He had you for a second and let you go.
Oh,
yeah, fish on. Jesus, great.
It's a fish.
Zander. Nice fish. Not what I'm after, but some of the fish that are in here, that will go in sideways, won't it?
This is the adult version of those small fry that we saw earlier. Although spiny, they are still food for catfish.
Off he goes.
And if whales can live to 80 years, those first fish to be introduced to this river may not even be middle-aged. To test just how voracious these catfish are, I head into one of the Ebro's swollen tributaries. My guide tells me the fish are lurking right in at the margins. They are waiting to ambush fish in the current and also to grab anything that drops in from the banks.
Very energetic, active fishing. This quite precise as well. On the move, not sitting around waiting, and it's the kind of fishing where you're left in no doubt if you've got a bite. You're going to see it, feel it, hear it as something just launches itself at this and sort of wrenches on the rod. Ah, yes, 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 yes.
Good.
Whee, going downstream, watch the oar, watch the oar. Right. Ah! Gone, 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 gone. Hey!
I'm not doing very well. Everything's happening too quickly. This is the last place I'd expect to find a fat wallowing catfish, but it shows how you can misjudge these guys. I'm learning that there's more to whales' behavior than I thought.
Ah! Yes, 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 yes!
Open the wheel, open the wheel.
Open the... Off, 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 off. It's off again. It's off. Literally took within about a second of the lure hitting the water, about 6 inches from the bank. This water is cracking along at such a rate.
Yeah.
This is like a fast running pace. That's the place, let it sink a little bit and then twitch a little bit. That's what I'm
You see the attack's coming direct. The fish is in the water, you let it sink and boom.
Absolutely. 2 strikes, no fish, damn.
The whales have made themselves totally at home here, not just in the main channels, but throughout the whole river system. As apex predators, they have a confidence that I'm about to witness firsthand. These fish are scared of nothing. Look at this. That's a big fish. I could almost reach down and grab its mouth. Do you have a calamari? There's a catfish here. It's big. It's 140 pounds plus. It is 2 feet beneath me. The bank goes down here. I am looking into its mouth. I could almost reach down and touch it. Well, the fish has backed off. I think he could see me. I'm going to throw this really hard. No reaction. No reaction. The fish is just melting away backwards. This is a really rare sight. That fish is 7 foot long. It's about 140 pounds at least. And it was in the margins, and I could see the whole fish. There it is. That's a sight. That is a rare sight. That is a big fish. If I got down on my knees then, I could have patted him on the head. Mouth like that, right underneath me. And looking down on its back, this wonderful like camo pattern, this disruptive sort of black and white. Threw a stone to see if there'd be a reaction. No, he just reversed back and then under the boat and away. I really like seeing fish like that. It's fantastic, really good. Any other fish would have been spooked off by that stone. It would have disappeared in a flash. And that guy is not even a really big one. But enough of the small fry. Now it's time to tackle the real giants. I'm on the banks of the River Ebro in Spain. hunting down giant Wells catfish. They're estimated to put on up to 10 pounds a year. If that's true, it won't be long before an Ebro Wells reaches the man-eating proportions of medieval folklore. If I'm after a man-eater, I need to catch, at the very least, a man-sized fish, one that falls on the fat side of 150 pounds. It's time to rig up. Rather than casting, we drop our baits over 100 yards out, just short of the sunken trees along the flooded river channel.
Take up the slack.
Then, with the high-tech alarms set, I can enjoy the Spanish sun. And now we wait. This is not my preferred fishing technique. I like to feel the line, be in contact with the bait. But Wells are not delicate feeders. And besides, it's hot here.
Yes, here.
And it's about to get hotter.
That's taking line, that's taking line.
This is my first super-sized Spanish Wells.
Get a bit of speed on.
And immediately it feels seriously big.
Just physical stuff. Whoa. A serious burst from that fish when it first took. It's actually taking line when I struck. My forearm is almost cramping up. So good sign. We've got a fish, and that is a big fish. As I can bring him back. Yeah. I'm moving on the other side.
These Spanish Wells are hunting in broad daylight. They really are breaking their programming. And these fish even seem used to being handled. My first fish is 140 pounds and measures 6 foot 9 inches. If these fish are putting on 10 pounds a year, then in 20 years, this already massive creature could weigh as much as 340 pounds, more than double its present size. And if they do live until 80 years, I'll let you do the maths. The only thing that will restrict them is food. But there is one food supply here that is in huge quantities. Other catfish. The Wells is not just a man-eater, it's a cannibal.
I was fishing on the upper lake last year with 3 gentlemen, and we hooked a fish. It vomited, it was sick. This fish was about 160 pounds. I returned to where he was sick and pulled out a catfish skull and the actual rib cage still attached. And we estimated this to be a catfish of between 40 and 50 pounds. So it goes to show you the eating capacity of the catfish.
Just get a sort of a cool scientific look at this animal. The first thing, it's obviously the thing to do, start at the business end, the head. You've got, the main thing is just this very, very wide mouth, about 10 inches across on this animal. And you've got needle-like teeth. They are sharp as well. You put your hand in there and they'll draw blood. But in terms of getting a grip, just perfect. If they clamp down tight with those sort of jaw muscles, you're not going to get out of that. They're just purpose-built for lurking on the bottom and grabbing stuff that comes above them. And they're going to know that stuff is there, the prey, because their eyes are on top of the head. But more to the point, they've got these, and these are just, this is like sort of extrasensory perception. You can tell what's going on in the water. These will pick up vibrations and also chemicals in very sort of, very, very sensitive, very small quantities in both cases. On the side, you've got, very pronounced on this animal, you've got the lateral line, and this is their super organ, super touch organ. It just picks up vibrations in the water, often again at a very low level. And also you can see here these sort of marks on the skin. Now I think these are probably wounds from another fish, possibly when this fish was spawning, and they got a little bit too rough and a little bit sort of over-enthusiastic. Stomach here, that's the vent there. So actually if it swallows something, this fish could potentially swallow something that long. It goes to the back of the throat, which is here. It opens up this sort of sphincter muscle there, and it could swallow something about 2 foot long.
So no problem accommodating those medieval accounts of babies and small children in the belly of the beast.
It looks like Wells catfish can swallow prey roughly 1/3 of their own body length. So if these fish in the Ebro keep on growing, it's possible that they could reach a size where they will have man-eating potential.
Fact is following close on the heels of what was once thought to be fiction.
Looking at this fish, it is the perfect predator. I mean, they do eat anything, literally anything, but they are perfectly equipped to predate and also to come from underneath. You know, that is just a mouth on the end of a solid, sinuous piece of muscle. Anyway, I can't hold him much longer.
Wells, like all catfish, can live quite a long time out of water if kept cool and wet. This guy seems quite reluctant to leave.
Shall I leave him there or just walk him out?
In a split second, the fish turns. I'm just quick enough to escape.
That was the first catfish attack on a human on camera. I was just wondering, is he going to move? And he did sort of double round. And I have heard stories of them actually having a bite of somebody who's caught them, so I thought that's not going to happen to me. There's no mark there, but it has happened.
I fish on into darkness, and I get another surprise.
That's just pulled me on my arse. Fish on. Me pull towards the water. I thought I was going to go in. There's nothing.
That's a sizable fish. With so many fishermen around, the only inconvenience these fish suffer for their midnight feasts is a little bit of manhandling. Imagine being in a river at night with one of these things swimming around your legs.
I don't know how big it is yet. I can see it's big.
All right. Yeah, good.
148, I think. 147. 147. I'm a little bit shell-shocked. This was this fish. I've got a gravel rash on my backside. I mean, I hit into the thing and I was just sliding towards the river on my rear end and managed to stop myself against a bit of a slab. And it was real tug of war. But I mean, nice to see a fish like this. I mean, it really is. And they grow bigger than this. I mean, they are getting on for twice this weight in this water here, which is something to think about. I mean, what that must feel like on the end of the line, I don't know. How wide? It's about 9 inches, isn't it? Mm-hmm. This fish is almost as heavy as I am. I mean, this is quite a monstrous beast. And the power as well, I felt the power. The thing nearly pulled me in the river. So, you know, definitely a fierce predatory animal. And some of these stories about them maybe attacking swimmers, I don't know, I couldn't believe them now, having actually seen a sizable one of these things actually up close.
I'm still short of my target 150-pound beast. These creatures really are ugly out of the water. I want to see them in their natural element. But that means getting into the water. The tables are about to turn. Cameraman Simon and I are going to try an experiment. I want to see and film a Wells catfish underwater. I want to see exactly how Europe's biggest freshwater predator operates in its element.
What I really want to see is the moment when the Wells gets to strike its prey. It isn't going to be easy. This is something that very, very few people get to see. But I do have a few ideas about what I can use to tempt the fish in. This is the camera, and this is what's going to be behind the boat, and about 3 feet behind this is going to be the lure. So it's going to be looking back. The thing is, this is actually quite a lump of a camera, even though it's a small camera. So I think, here we go, size got, here we go. Flotation,
2 if we need them.
2 tanks, and to stop it wibble-wobbling around a little bit, because we're angling, there we go, one of those, and that will just keep it flying straight and level.
And we'll lob that off the back of the boat, and we'll see the lure, and hopefully we'll see something come up and grab the bait. I'll need to hang on, otherwise, if something big takes this, the whole monitor could go overboard.
This is actually working really well. I've got the lure in picture. It's bang in the middle of the screen. I'm actually watching. Normally it's just there and you've no idea what's happening. I can actually see my lure out behind the boat. A fish, I think it was a carp. Yeah. Oh, we're bumping over the bottom. Oh dear, what's going on there? Right, need to, in a bit.
No, it's bumping. I've lost the lure, haven't I? I've lost the lure.
I think the camera might have been bashed around a bit though. Not robust enough, unfortunately, to withstand being bashed along the bottom. But other than that, actually doing very well. Before that, there was this grey shadow that appeared from nowhere, which sort of came and went, and it could have been a catfish investigating it and shying off at the last minute, or it could have just been a rock going past, I don't know.
What I'm about to see is another unexpected aspect of these fish's behaviour.
What we're doing is we're doing something called clonking, and it's sending a sound wave down into the water, and we can see on the sonar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
Direct on your lures.
Oh, there it is. I've got it. There's a catfish. Yeah, it's right under the lure.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I see him on the sonar.
Yeah. There he is, tentacles.
Comes back.
Yeah. Right, what's happened now? And it's coming up now, right in the middle of the screen. Fantastic. Look at that. He's attacking the camera. What this has just demonstrated is that when you've got splashing, when you've got commotion on the surface, the catfish, which they live on the bottom, they will come up to investigate. Ah, yes. Bottom of the screen. There it is. Look at that. There it is. Oh, he's come off.
This is amazing, getting a fish on camera taking a bait, attracted in by sound and vibration. Like sharks to a plane crash, these fish fear nothing. It even attacks the camera.
It's been really good though, just to actually see what I've seen on the screen. Very, very rare to see this fish behaviour. So I feel sort of quite privileged to have seen that.
Although we didn't get a fish into the boat, I actually feel it was a successful day because I feel that I've actually learnt a lot about the behaviour, particularly how they react to vibration, to commotion on the surface. Here's this fish that lives on the bottom, but if it hears something, it comes up and the tentacles are waving and it investigates. Without the camera under the water, you just assume that nothing is happening. As soon as you put the camera there, dangling under the boat, you're making the noise with the clonk, they're coming up into the middle of the water and they want to know what's going on.
Everything I've seen so far, the reaction of the Wales catfish to a bait in the water, confirms its aggression as a top predator and also its fearlessness. Combine that with super sizing and you've got a creature that you really wouldn't want to get too close to in the water.
What I want to know now is just how big a Wales would need to be to tackle me in the water. I've said they look like giant slugs, but in their element they're like super sensitive sharks. Time for another experiment.
Like most people, if I jump in the water, I don't sink, I float, even after a heavy lunch. And it's not too difficult. I'm flapping my arms a little bit and my legs, but the question is, how big would a fish need to be to pull me under? Right, I've got one dive weight on at the moment, 4.5 pounds, and I can support it actually. That's harder, it's harder, 9 pounds now. Doubling the rate of paddling, but I can still just about keep myself on the surface.
Right, I can support 9 pounds with a bit of flapping and flailing of my legs. We've just weighed this rock. This is going to make it up to 20 pounds.
I'll just see how I do against that combined weight in the water. That was actually very interesting. 20 pounds of weight attached to me. I could just about keep my head above water. It was a struggle. I reckon another 5 pounds and I'd have just gone, no matter how much my arms and legs would have been flailing around. And that's interesting, because if you ask most people how big a fish would have to be to pull a body underwater, they'd say probably, you know, something about the same size as that person. Now, I weigh about 175 pounds, and on land I can take care of myself, but in the water, you know, a fish would just have to exert a pull of 25 pounds, about a seventh of my body weight, and, you know, I wouldn't stand a chance. I'd just be gone. And if I took a lungful of water underneath there, then nobody would ever see me again. Okay, that just goes to show that it doesn't need to be a huge fish to pull me under. Let's have a closer look at pulling power. That 147 pounder pulled me off my feet and almost into the water. How much force can I generate? I couldn't even pull in our director, and she's half my weight. She's a match for me even one-handed. So I could be pulled under the water by a fish just half my size, 75 to 100 pounds. And the thing about the Ebro is that the river is just full of fish that size and much bigger, which possibly explains why you don't see very many people swimming. And I'm starting to get seriously worried. Even if I'm on land, how am I going to do in a one-on-one fight against a 200-pounder? With only a few days left in northern Spain, I'm trying to break the 150-pound marker that I have set myself. My respect for these fish over the past few days has really grown. If this one pulls me over, I'm in real trouble. I was nearly tipping forward over that edge. I was going a little bit. My groin is starting to ache. Strong fish. The rod's jammed in. This is physical stuff. Physical work. It's coming up. Strong fish. But I think it's tiring. Tiring. There it is. There's the fish. Hey. Good grief. My crutch is killing me. And there it is.
But does it weigh more than 150 pounds?
The measure of the beast, that is 7 foot 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 foot 4 inches.
And then you open the mouth.
You can actually hear the echo coming out of the mouth there. Hello. And I can see its gullet opening and closing. If I was so inclined, I could put my fist down there quite easily. That is an eating machine. The whole thing is nearly 8 foot of just solid rippling muscle. If that grabbed hold of your leg, that's an unpleasant enough thought, but if that decided not to let go and you were swimming, you'd be history. I'm about 175 pounds on a good day or a bad day, depending how you look at it. This fish could be more than that. Yeah. 74 kilos, that's about 163 pounds. Not quite as big and fat and ugly as I am. What I find really hard to credit is that I was doing those experiments where I was trying to see how much force I could exert in the water, and there was somebody on the bank with a spring balance just hooked around their finger reading off, okay, 30 or 40 pounds. This thing in the water was almost pulling me off the bank, I was having to dig in and really act like I was in a tug of war. How something with nothing solid to actually grab hold of can exert that force in the water, you know, I find quite mind-boggling. It is very, very impressive indeed.
And now it's time to let this guy go. Let's see how he reacts.
Fish has recovered a bit, maybe a bit more than I have. I'm going to put it back in the water. If it does have a go at me, I'm going to actually stand my ground and see if it, a bit like an elephant, see if it's a false charge or will it actually go and grab my leg. This is what I'm trying to remember, that this fish is bigger than I am. It's got a few inches on me. I've got a few pounds on this fish, but I'm in the water. My extra weight actually counts for nothing. It's the fish's environment sinking down towards my foot. I think my reflexes overruled what I was wanting to do, which was stand my ground, but I can visualize it too much, what might be going on down there, what might be going through its mind. So don't tangle with these guys in their environment is the message.
Wels catfish are predators with a lot of attitude. 2 of the fish that I caught turned on me while I was releasing them. But as far as eating people, a Wels will swallow anything that fits inside its monstrous gut.
Yes, yes, yes.
And if that includes you, well, it's no respecter of species. It seems that if they ever went away, these medieval monsters are now back, alive and well, and still growing in the River Ebro in northern Spain.
This is quite a monstrous beast.
If I came back here in 20 or 30 years, I think it's possible there could be something in here that is bigger than anything that's ever existed before.
And in the not-too-distant future, a baby-snatching, man-eating Wels could once again make the front-page news. The Amazon River is home to a terrifying collection of man-eating monsters. And in the darkest corners lurks a dinosaur. Legends tell of an evil spirit inhabiting an enormous fish. Longer than a man, it is encased in thick scales, and it crushes its prey with a tongue made of bone. But with a body of pure muscle, its primary weapon is raw power.
I'm Jeremy Wade, biologist and extreme angler, and I've encountered this creature once before. That time I came out second best, but now I'm ready for the rematch.
Yes!
I've been coming to the Amazon for 15 years, and a tale I've heard many times is that of a fisherman going missing. Far from home on a remote tributary of the Amazon, something happens.
People tell of a creature leaping out of the water, knocking the fisherman from his canoe. But with no eyewitnesses, the list of suspects is speculative at best.
Could there really be a monster in the Amazon capable of doing this? And if so, what kind of beast could it be?
Anaconda, caiman, piranha are all convicted killers. But in my travels around the world, I've caught some super-sized freshwater fish that are more than capable of doing the job. Is there one more river monster to add to the list of the Amazon's usual suspects? A creature that has somehow slipped through the net.
This story of a canoe found floating, nobody in it, fishermen disappeared. The automatic assumption from everybody was that it was a caiman or an anaconda. Those are the obvious candidates. But I've been doing a bit of thinking, and I think another animal might have been involved. And what I think it might have been is one of these. Now, I mean, this is a real armour coat, this, and it looks as if it's a snake or some other reptile. But believe it or not, this is actually a fish, and this is a big fish.
This is the skin of an arapaima fish. And if its scales make you think of a dinosaur, that's because the arapaima is indeed a dinosaur of sorts. It has swum in these waters virtually unchanged since the Cretaceous period.
That is just a single scale from this animal. I mean, you know, that is pretty impressive. But they go a lot bigger than that. And the reason I know that is that. Now, whatever that came off, that would have been a serious river monster.
Arapaima have been caught measuring up to 10 foot long, making them the largest freshwater fish in the world's largest river. But in recent years, they have been relentlessly overfished. And today they are so rare, it is forbidden to catch them in most areas. However, they are potentially found throughout the countless thousand miles of river that make up the Amazon basin. And I believe arapaima may be responsible for killing some of those missing people. My mission is to investigate this theory and see if I can track down and even catch one of these potential killers. I've begun my quest in Manaus, the Wild West frontier town at the heart of the Brazilian Amazon. I need to know what I'm dealing with, and for that I'm going to visit some captive arapaima, and I know just the place.
Normally in the Amazon, seeing arapaima live and close up is pretty well impossible. There's just so much water, it's pretty murky. Here's this place, it's a bar in the middle of Manaus, and this could be just the perfect place to check them out. Absolutely amazing opportunity to get eyeball to eyeball with these things. It really is prehistoric looking, like stone or metal or something, a real armour plating. And the other thing that's very striking about these fish, you know, they are very elongated, they're quite cylindrical. That is just perfect design for an ambush predator, you know, speed over a short distance.
Arapaima are naturally predatory, engulfing any fish that fit into that bony mouth, including piranha. They will even consume birds and other animals, sucking them down from the water surface.
And then they've got this very gruesome technique for actually finishing their prey off. They have a tongue with a piece of bone inside it, and they actually use that bony tongue to crush the small fish against the roof of the mouth, so it's not a very pleasant way to go, I'd imagine. These are pretty big fish. You know, that mouth isn't big enough to swallow a person, so any stories like that you've really got to discount. But it could still actually kill you. That is a very solid lump of bone with an enormous mass of muscle behind it. I've actually been on the receiving end of one of these things. It hit me in the chest, and no exaggeration, I could still feel that a month and a half later. It just bruised me so deeply.
It was 7 years ago, and I was helping a friend of mine, a research scientist, with his captive breeding program for arapaima. His long-term goal is to take the pressure off the wild population, and he needed to capture his fish to pair them up with likely mates. We'd caught several fish already and weighed and measured them without problem, when I let my guard down. While drawing in a net with an arapaima trapped inside, this hard-nosed giant turned from fish into missile. From nowhere, I had 100 pounds of solid bone smash into me. Weeks later, a doctor described my injury as similar to the impact of striking the steering column during a car crash. I'm not saying this is some malignant creature that will deliberately hunt and eat you. It doesn't have the mouth for it. But corner one of these beasts and it will launch a preemptive strike.
It is this event that makes me believe the arapaima may be the killer in question. If these fishermen were hunting arapaima or accidentally caught one in a net, this animal will violently defend itself. Just one thrash connecting with the head is all it would take to knock you unconscious, leaving you at the mercy of the Amazon's scavenging river monsters.
If I am going to investigate this theory, I need to demonstrate that my experience wasn't a freak occurrence. And arapaima do have the power, the ability, and even the intent to take a fisherman out.
But more importantly, I need to prove that despite overfishing, there are still arapaima out there large enough to do the damage. And the best way I can do that is by catching a giant arapaima.
But as I set off on my mission, leaving the port of Manaus, my boat captain tells me that if I'm interested in arapaima, then I should definitely visit one of these floating houses. Salted arapaima used to be a meal enjoyed across the Amazon. But since a ban on commercial fishing, a few enterprising ribeirinhos, or river people, have started to farm them in pens like this to satisfy the demand for arapaima meat.
I've heard these arapaima in this enclosure here do something quite spectacular.
I've arrived just as they're preparing to fish one out for their own cooking pot.
Bom dia! Eu vou aí. Não. Tudo.
Aqui vamos tirar pedaço.
Eu sou Jeremy.
Seu nome é meu Alegria.
Alegria, eh?
Alegria.
Seu Alegria, which means happiness, is he's about to try and get an arapaima out of here. There's a few in here, and he says it's not an easy job. It can be a wee bit interesting. I'm going to ask him if maybe I can help. Tem que ficar de olho assim. There are 30 fish in here, and he says they're just jumping everywhere, and they are just, you're just having to duck. You risk getting hit by the head, and this is about the size of a boxing ring. It's about having, it's like having 30 people coming at you and just having to avoid them. Right, I'm going to have to just prepare myself a little bit.
Suddenly, all my old fears from my painful encounter are back. But if I'm going to catch an arapaima capable of killing a man, then I need to face up to my fear. And if that means getting back into the water with one of these beasts, then that's what I'm going to have to do.
Pula mesmo?
Pula. É limpo embaixo. Ok.
Oh, just trod on a fish.
Pisou em cima de
Right, esse fundura todo canto, né? Eu vou para lá.
Vai levando
De
para lá.
costa. This is this is a bit like a boxing ring. It's about the same size. There's 35 fish in here, nearly as big as I am.
Lá vai o arrastão, leve nessa posição.
Bom. Melhor assim.
Vai levando para lá.
Okay. Taking the net up.
It's a simple matter of netting one. But this is exactly what I was doing when I took the full force of an arapaima headbutt to the chest. And I have been warned that these fish are particularly violent when cornered.
De frente é melhor. Bota o pé direito no churro.
They're walking forward, which means all the vulnerable bits of my body, a boxer would be covering them up.
Tá beleza.
Okay, that's going well.
Vai começar a pular.
Right, they're going to start jumping any minute, he's saying. Any minute they're going to start jumping.
Opa, furou, afrouxa.
Okay, we didn't get one. We're going to have to go through the whole thing again.
Knowing what's coming makes the second attempt even more daunting.
I'm afraid. Jeremy is afraid, he's saying. I think that is fairly clear to see. Ah, right, he's saying they might be a bit tired this time, so they might...
There's no doubt that when cornered or trapped by nets, the arapaima becomes a formidable force of nature. With the help of these arapaima farmers, I'm finally holding one of these incredible fish in my arms.
Look at that fish.
My fear has been replaced with a new respect.
Vamos levantar, we're going to lift it up.
Maybe I'm now ready to face an arapaima on my own.
Oh, now we're going to let the head go. We're going to let the head go. This is the... They wanted one to eat, that one was too big. They want to get a smaller one. I think I'm just going to leave them to it.
Okay.
Bon. Never ever seen anything like that before. All those fish absolutely clean out of the water. You know, I think that just has to be, you know, the evidence that I was looking for.
Just imagine the damage a fish could do that had the same solid bone head, but was more than twice the weight. But Sr. Alegria also insists that they sneak through holes in the nets, displaying a curiously unfish-like cunning. Combine that with their sheer muscular power, and you can easily see how dangerous the arapaima becomes when cornered. Now I know what I'm dealing with. But to catch one, it's going to be a couple of days by boat to one of the few places where arapaima fishing is still allowed. After a day's travelling, we stop at a riverside town to spend the night. I'm not suggesting that the arapaima is responsible for all disappearances on the Amazon. This river has a full complement of killers, as I'm powerfully reminded when asking around for any fishermen's tales. This man lost his wife to a horrifying attack by the South American cousin of the alligator, the caiman. Just yards away, his poor daughter could only helplessly look on.
Aí esse mano fica aqui com a mamãe enquanto eu vou na casa do vaqueiro pedir socorro.
This gentleman's wife went fishing. On her way back, the boat actually sort of went over the top of a caiman. It hit the canoe, tipped her into the water, and then basically grabbed her.
Depois eu gritei, aí ele soltou ela. Aí depois eu atravessei o garapé.
The caiman had actually drawn away a little distance because of the commotion and the shouting, and then her daughter was able to go around the other side and pull her to land. But it just took so long to get help that despite rescuing her mother from the caiman, you know, she died of her wounds later on. It's one thing to hear second-hand stories about people being taken by animals in the water, you know, all very dramatic fishermen's tales, but to actually hear from somebody who actually saw their mother, you know, taken in front of them, just really brings home just what a potentially dangerous place this is, particularly if you're a fisherman. Something I've got to remember is that it's not just dangerous fish that you've got in the water, but there's a whole array of other nasty, dangerous creatures down there.
My mission is to prove whether the arapaima deserves a place alongside the Amazon's undisputed freshwater killers. And as I go deeper into the heart of the Amazon in search of this fish, I encounter the other creatures that come with this increasingly dangerous territory. Fishermen that hunt the arapaima fish here in the Amazon regularly expose themselves to river monsters that have no need to prove their deadly nature. I've heard a tale of a killer caiman in these waters, so I head out after dark to see if I can find it. But it seems like I'm the one being watched. There are eyes following my every move.
I'm out at night hunting caiman. There's one in these waters apparently that is absolutely man-eating size. They say it is close to 20 foot.
Caiman's eyes reflect my flashlight, making them easy to spot.
Oh, there's one.
Maybe I can grab a small one to have a closer look.
Too fast, too fast. Yes! Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. That's a caiman. Just having a close look at this animal here, I can really now understand why this is one of the most feared creatures in the Amazon. Just imagine this thing scaled up. I mean, those teeth, that sort of armor-plated body, yeah, it is just the perfect design for taking out just anything else that lives in this river. So it's basically a big one of these that was responsible for the death of that poor fisherwoman. She just went over it in her canoe and it just surfaced, flipped over the boat and then grabbed her when she fell into the water.
Seeing how many caiman there are in these waters makes me realise that it is as much the company the arapaima keep that makes them such risky prey to hunt. Their fearsome defences allow them to survive in these predatory waters. But also, as the arapaima becomes rarer and rarer, it is pushed deeper into the literally uncharted reaches of the Amazon. This is where the deadly forces of nature lurk. Civilization is left behind, and all medical assistance is, well, beyond reach. But if I'm to catch a giant arapaima and lay my own demons to rest, then I'm going to have to face these other monsters as well, as I enter the dark heart of the Amazon. Being such a rare animal nowadays, limited and sustainable fishing is allowed in just a few locations, and this is where I'm headed. I'm as far off the beaten track as possible, in search of those last places which still provide sanctuary to monsters.
Basically, there's no way we could get up here using the motor. Too many branches, rocks in the water. So we're having to manhandle the boat up this very narrow creek.
We've entered a pristine, magical world, home to many mysterious jungle creatures. And maybe the large arapaima I'm after.
Goodness me, that is a fish and a half. Look at that. This is a beautiful caparari. Oh. Right, I'm actually very pleased to have this fish. It's not the arapaima I was after. But, you know, this is just, to my mind, such a lovely looking fish. I mean, the patterning on that is just wonderful. This bizarre catfish is a strange monster of the deep. But it seems that the arapaima is an elusive giant that won't be caught easily. With the weather turning, it's time to rethink my options. Maybe I need to find someone who can advise me where exactly it's best to fish. As I race ahead of the storm, deeper into the jungle, I'm reminded of the legend that tells how this monster fish came into being. Piranha was the son of an Indian chief, known to be cruel and arrogant. He was disrespectful of the gods. So the highest god, Tupã, decided to punish him. He ordered storms to attack Pirarucu on a fishing trip, but Pirarucu laughed them off. So Tupã struck him down with lightning, dragged him to the bottom of the river, and transformed him into a giant fish, the arapaima, or firefish. Although to this day, Brazilians still call it pirarucu. In the West, we have lost much of our old reverence for the natural world. But there are still remote tribal people for whom reality and myth are almost interchangeable. The tribes of this region have a deep connection to the arapaima and are still allowed to hunt it for food. So if I'm going to track one down and learn from the ancient ways, I'm told there are no better teachers than the Munduruku people. I'm on a mission to catch the giant arapaima, or firefish. A fish that I believe should be on the list of river monsters that cause human fatalities here in the Amazon. From experience both past and present, I know just how powerful this creature is when cornered. To prove that there are still arapaima out there that are big enough to inflict a deadly blow, all I have to do is catch one.
Getting to grips with arapaima in captivity is one thing, but getting close to them in the wild is another thing entirely, particularly now they are so endangered. But there are some people further up this Amazon backwater who do have a very ancient relationship with the arapaima, and I'm hoping that when I get there, I'm going to find out an awful lot more.
I've now been traveling for several days. It feels like I'm light years from civilization when I finally track down the Munduruku people.
Bom dia. Bom dia.
Although often dressed in Western clothes these days, the Munduruku still retain their connection to wildlife and to the myths and legends of old.
A época melhor para ver eles.
Agora essa época.
Época de seca. Okay. It looks like I could be here at the right time. A good time is right now when the water's down and the fish are actually concentrated. Okay. Ah. But lunch is on the go. Turtle's actually very tasty. If you're eating fish all day, every day, a little bit of variety actually is quite a treat. So some fish ready for supper. No fridge here or anything, so basically had to put some salt on, otherwise they just go off in the heat.
Assim. Voilà.
Mesmo respirar tá forte, né? This is a little spice you put on your fish. It's got mais pimenta.
Pimenta. Aqui dentro.
It's sort of manioc juice with a bit of chili peppers in there, and it's got a bit of a bite apparently.
Aqui é rapaz lá de pesca, aqui ele tá tomando farinha de pesca. De arpão, né?
De arpão.
Mas é de arpão.
So the way the people fish here is not, the sort of industrial method that is used or was used elsewhere. It's very traditional. It's one person in one boat with a harpoon just waiting, and there's somebody in the village who can possibly sort of take me out later on to see if I can see some arapaima at least anyway. It's a newborn little monkey, and they're feeding him with a bottle at the moment. He's that young. That is a monster. That is an absolute monster.
I hook up with Manel, one of the village's top fishermen. He's going to take me out to see if we can spot some wild arapaima. I want to learn all I can about the behaviour and natural haunts of this river monster if I'm going to give myself the best chance of catching a good-sized arapaima.
What Manel's just told me is that to fish for arapaima, the one thing that you really need is patience, and I'm really getting a sense of that. Just drifting slowly, watching for that one sign of the fish coming up to the surface.
Arapaima are air breathers, an adaptation that allows them to live in the oxygen-depleted lakes that form in the Amazon's dry season. But it is also a vital clue for fishermen. Every time they break the surface, they give away their presence.
What we're actually looking for is the sign of the fish actually when it comes up to breathe, and when they're actually not afraid or at all spooked, you know, that can be actually quite a gentle ripple for such a big fish.
It's a small sign, but it gives away their location. The only problem is that it can be 20 minutes or more between breaths, so predicting where they're going to come up next is not easy.
So there you are all day under the hot sun after this huge fish, but you know, not only is that down there, there's all these other different river monsters in the water.
I'm often in large metal-hulled fishing boats, so coming down to water level in these tiny canoes makes you feel very exposed and vulnerable. I'm beginning to appreciate that how you see the natural world entirely depends on your perspective.
We've been paddling around here for a fair old while, and he's actually pointed out a couple of fish surfacing, but to be honest, I actually couldn't see anything at all. I think I've got quite a way to go until I properly get my eye in.
As we head back to the village, my guide tells me about one river monster in particular that they fear. It's called the Cobra Grande, the big snake. I've heard of this monster before, and I thought it was a mythical oversized anaconda. But I am told that several people here have actually seen it, and that a nearby village had to totally relocate because they were so terrified of the big snake.
Posso entrar?
Pode entrar. Eu cheguei a ver ela. Eu vi ela em terra.
In terra. Manuel here has actually seen a Cobra Grande, and it was actually on land, so I'm very keen to get the details of this. E como foi que aconteceu?
Sim, nós vinha com meu avô lá debaixo da ponta da onça subindo, né?
This sounds more than just a big anaconda. This was a huge animal. I mean, you know, immense size, great big head, and this thing was black, red, and yellow, and it was missing its tail apparently, which is an odd detail. But he obviously had a very good look at it. The snake was just lying there, looking out over the water, these eyes like searchlights, and apparently its head just covered in bees, just black with bees, but you know, the animal just not bothered at all. So it does sound as if it's more than just an ordinary anaconda. It is something very different. I mean, almost like a mythical beast, except for the fact that for him, it's no myth, it is a real animal. Sounds far-fetched, but you know, he actually saw this huge animal just down the bank from here.
He tells me that a few other people in the village saw the Cobra Grande very recently. This is an opportunity not to be missed. I've come to meet the Munduruku people to try and catch the Amazon's biggest fish. But as I've become immersed in their world and myths, I've decided to put my arapaima hunt on hold, to follow up a lead that might reveal another vast river monster, the Cobra Grande, or big snake.
I'm on my way up a narrow, winding creek in the middle of flooded forest, except at the moment the water is very, very low. And I'm on my way to see the hole where a cobra grande is supposed to live. This is the giant snake, which, you know, I thought was just purely a creature of myth, but they said, no, no, we are taking you to a place where people say there is one actually there now.
I was initially sceptical, but their insistence is infectious.
I mean, it really is quite a spooky place, this, all these sort of skeletal dead trees poking out of the water. And, you know, if anywhere is going to be the home of a cobra grande, I mean, this place certainly does have that kind of feel to it.
We're here.
With the Amazon basin covering some 2.7 million square miles, there are without any doubt new species waiting to be discovered. And who knows how big some of these animals might be.
They said that this line here is a track. If this actually is the track of a snake, it is a big, heavy animal. It's, you know, this is a seriously large track that it's actually made in the ground here.
Anacondas can reach around 30 feet. If that isn't a big snake, I don't know what is. But the locals say cobra grande is far bigger than an anaconda.
Yes? That does actually look like the home of something. Judging by the size of the holes there, you know, that could have been something pretty large. So here we've got a bit of shed snake skin, and it goes all the way from what I can see. It starts here, some there. There's quite a lot here. And then just a little bit more here. Let's just pick a bit up. You can actually see the individual scales. At some point, quite a large snake lay here and shed its skin. But I'm just going to ask Donna Socorro what exactly it was that she saw here. Donna Socorro, dá para contar para mim, que foi exatamente que aconteceu? Quando...
Porque a gente veio atrás de obra.
Donna Socorro was going to collect turtle eggs and just saw this thing ahead of her. It looked like a tarpaulin, a big lump of something, and then the man who she was with sort of realised that it was a snake, and actually with a shotgun put 3 shots into it, and apparently the thing didn't move at all. It actually then went down the hole that we found earlier and just, you know, went underground, and then there was just this hissing sound apparently of it breathing. I mean, it sounds hard to believe, but they came to where the animal was, and the 3 lumps of lead were on the ground, hadn't even gone in the body. Mas atirou na cabeça mesmo? Even though it sounds quite an ugly beast, somewhat frustrated that it doesn't seem to be here today, although there are very, very definite signs that something large is around these parts.
If I'm to fish for a giant arapaima, then I will be entering the home of monsters. Maybe I won't meet the cobra grande on this trip, but I'm finally grasping how myth and reality are intertwined for these people. I'm sure I could spend a lifetime learning more and more about the arapaima and the creatures that share its mysterious world. But it's now time to put all I have gathered into practice.
This is actually a place where the tribespeople around here used to come before a big battle. Focus the mind, prepare themselves mentally beforehand, and I guess as I'm likely to need all the help that I can get, you know, it's not a bad idea for me to just spend a few minutes here as well.
I know that if I'm going to be successful, I need to understand and respect a fish that, for the local tribes, is the incarnation of a warrior. Mentally and physically prepared, it's game on. It's just me, my guide Johnny, and out there somewhere, a very big fish.
I'm putting into practice the things I've learnt, not just from the fishing captivity, but also the whole business about locating the fish, spotting them, patience, you know, gradually working close so that you're in a position of getting one on the line.
With the water so low in this lake, oxygen levels are depleted. The Arapaima's air-breathing physiology is both its strength and its weakness. It came into existence millions of years before there were hunters like me around, scanning the water surface for that telltale clue.
There's some bubbles actually just coming up in the middle, more or less where my bait is, and that is very likely to be an Arapaima down there on the bottom, grubbing around in the mud. It's very close to my bait. Something took it, but then let go. Oi. That's a fish on. Oh, that's a sizable old tambaki. Hey, strong fish. Oh, tambaki. Big old tambaki.
This tambaki is not the fish I'm after, but it's still quite a catch.
This is a relative of the piranha, but instead of having huge incisors, it's got these enormous grinding teeth on the jaw. The closest thing in nature to the teeth of a tambaki is the teeth of a horse. Normally, you know, this thing feeds on a diet of pure sort of Brazil nuts and other seeds. Very, very good flesh, very prized for its eating, but also really, really strong. One of the most powerful fish, pound for pound, that there is anywhere. Still lots of energy left in it. Good to see it go back.
I fished this spot for a while longer, but nothing's biting. It could well be that the struggle of the tambaki has scared everything off. So I changed location for somewhere that's more hidden away, which might still hold a giant.
I'm told there is another small lake in the forest where rod and line fishing is allowed for Arapaima, as long as it's catch and release. We can't take the canoe there, but we can go on foot. And the fact that it's tucked away a little bit, you know, maybe there's going to be something that I can get a bait at over there.
Yes. That's a fish.
I've heard tales of various Amazon monsters on this journey. Some legendary, some real, and all dangerous. But there's one creature that, despite overfishing, I'd love to prove really grows to mythic proportions. It's the Arapaima, a fish capable of knocking a man from his canoe and leaving him for dead. But the only way I know how to prove these monsters are still out there is to catch one. And I've heard of a lake that might be just the place to do that.
This lake looks really nice, actually. It's very quiet. Lots of snags, which could be interesting. I'm actually using a thing called a circle hook. Now that looks like it's just not going to hook anything at all. The point just coming in here, that's just not going to hook on anything. But in fact, if that's the fish's mouth,
what happens is it just comes and turns, and there it is, right in the corner of the mouth. Oh, there we go, that was one. I just saw this red tail come up, fraction of a second, but I recognise it now, that was an arapaima. And what I've got to do is try and quietly get into position so I can actually put a bait near that fish. One thing that I learned from the tribes people, which is actually quite hard to do, but I've just got to be patient. Yes. Yeah. That's a fish, that's a good fish. Close up. You can see the fish.
As the battle with this arapaima approaches the half-hour mark, I'm reminded that the rebellious, proud spirit that inhabits this fish even refused to surrender to the gods.
Precis alguém para pegar. Right, it's going to be out. There we go. Alligator, meu bolso aqui. Oh, look at that, it came out so easily. Pegando. Yes. Okay, we're ready. There it is. Look at that for a fish. Look at that. Massive female arapaima, about 150 pounds.
I finally have the proof in my arms that huge arapaima are still out here.
This is a true dinosaur of the deep.
I need this fish to regain its strength after our battle before I release it. If I put it straight back, it might not have the energy to swim to the surface to take a breath. And being an air breather, it would drown.
Just the head a little bit under the water. And pointing up towards the bank so that if it does thrash, there's only one way it can go. In theory, which is not back into the water, although they can just double around 180 degrees. Even at the end of a long fight, I can still feel the strength of this fish. So I can absolutely imagine this thing being able to knock over. Oh, there we go. That's good. Look at boom. That was good. That was the fish just having a breath, which is excellent. It means the fish is not too tired out. But I mean, mainly this fish is just a bony head with a big cylinder of muscle behind it. And if this fish wasn't tired out, I don't think I'd be able to hold it. That's good. No, it's gone. We were just wondering if it had enough strength to go, and no doubt about it, I just couldn't hold it. And in fact, at the end of an epic battle on the line, but also an epic quest trying to find one of these things, but finally feeling the strength of it, absolutely, I'm in no doubt now that if you were in a small fishing canoe and that thing hit you underneath, I mean, it would easily upend the canoe. And then if you're in the water afterwards and you got on the wrong side of that head, my goodness, that would absolutely take you out.
Mythic and real beasts swirl around one another here in the Amazon. When people go missing, there is usually talk of giant snakes and man-eating caiman. I set out to show that the arapaima is an underestimated fish, capable of extraordinary feats of strength. If cornered, trapped, or netted, it becomes a formidable opponent, an airborne missile. I knew I had to overcome my fear to prove my case.
I went back into the water and caught an ancient survivor that is part fish, part legend, and entirely worthy of a deadly reputation.
Now this is a real river monster.
The Amazon River is known for containing an evil collection of murderous beasts. But there's one family of fish living here that could write a serial killer's handbook. Their methods are so bloodthirsty and varied. I can see from here the way they are just literally drilling their way into that fish. Members of the catfish family have reportedly swallowed people whole. They've eaten them alive from within, and even gruesomely penetrated individuals in the most intimate of places. I'm Jeremy Wade,
Fish on!
Biologist and extreme angler. And I'm on the hunt for these killer catfish to determine if this family are the Amazon's ultimate river monsters. Now imagine that in an orifice. In the heart of the Brazilian Amazon, a truck makes a solemn path towards the local police station. It carries a macabre load, the corpse of a man. But the circumstances of his death were bizarre in the extreme. Fearing accusations of murder, the fishermen have taken the corpse to the police station in the exact state in which they found it. Just a pair of legs protruding from the mouth of a vast catfish. Could this wild tale emerging from the Amazon really be true? Or is this just a made-up fisherman's tale, and no more real than this photo recreation of what it might have looked like? I've faced many of the largest and most feared creatures in the waterways of this world. And I've discovered that you don't need to swim in the sea to encounter a man-eater. Rivers harbour just as many monsters. Ask people what is the most feared fish in the Amazon, and they'll undoubtedly say piranha, electric eel, or even stingray. But I've come to Brazil to find out if catfish are actually the worst of the lot, a true mafia-style family of killers at large. And I've tracked down Sr. Valmir, one of the witnesses to this bizarre murder, to hear his story. Basically, there's a bit of a frenzy of fishing activity going on. One of the nets got stuck on a rock. And in that situation, you know, the only thing you can do, if you're not going to rip the net, you know, you've got to go down and get it off. So this one fisherman dived in to free the net. However, what happened was that, you know, he didn't come up.
Uma média de 4 horas.
De 4 horas?
4 horas pela boia.
The net came up, no fish in it, no fisherman. Nothing more was seen until about 4 hours later, when suddenly this huge fish appeared on the surface, and it was thrashing around because the fish was actually itself in trouble, actually choking. The fisherman was actually half inside the mouth of the fish, just the legs of the fisherman sticking out. And what happened then was that the fishermen all went to try and get the fish to net it, and he said, you know, because it was obviously quite tired, it was quite easy, just one net. They got it in and clubbed it to death. They left his body inside the fish and then went to Manaus as fast as possible. Obviously, you know, get it to the police station to make sure that there's no suspicion that it was a case of murder or anything like that. The murderer was identified as a Piranha, the largest species of catfish found here in the Amazon. So that fish could have been about 500 pounds. I mean, we are talking some seriously, seriously big fish here. É peixe desse tamanho. Tem boca mais ou menos...
40 centímetros. 40 centímetros.
The mouth, about 40 centimetres across, so that's a couple of foot across, but he says it, you know, it opens up more, so sort of maybe 2.5 foot. This was a pretty monstrous fish and a pretty horrific end for that particular fisherman. He says there are people disappearing all the time, and you never find a trace of them. You know, you don't find the body, you don't find bones, you don't find anything.
Even having heard this horrific story from an eyewitness, someone who was actually there, you know, seeing this monstrous fish with the fisherman's feet just poking out of the mouth, I still find it really hard to believe that there are fish here capable of doing that. And what I want to do is actually see with my own eyes how big the fish are in these Amazon rivers. I think the first thing I've got to do is go back to where this story all started and actually go myself to the scene of the crime.
Valmir talked of seeing a 500-pound Piraiba, which seems extreme, but photos do exist of some pretty large catfish. There are 3 species of giant catfish found here in the Amazon: the jau, the red-tailed catfish, and the Piraiba. This catch was reported to be nearly 8 foot long and some 350 pounds. But maybe, as Valmir suggests, there are even bigger monsters out there, and if I follow his leads, perhaps I'll get to catch a maneater of my own. After travelling for 12 hours, I reach my destination, a river junction up a tributary of the Amazon.
As far as I can gather, this is the scene of the crime. And what's interesting is this is a very obvious meeting of the waters. You can see it so clearly because the 2 rivers that meet here are different colours. One is muddy white water, one is black water.
According to the locals, large catfish wait in ambush at river junctions like this to predate on smaller fish travelling downriver.
Because I'm after a pretty monstrous fish, I'm using monstrous tackle. I've got a huge forged steel hook on the end attached to a length of wire, and then I've got about 300 yards of very strong line. Okay. And this rod, you'd normally only see this on a boat out in the open ocean, the kind of thing you'd use to catch marlin, tuna, that kind of thing, but I'm using this stuff in freshwater.
People only think of predatory fish living in the sea, but here I am about 1,000 miles from the ocean, staking out a crime scene to catch a maneater.
Something down there. Just grab the bait, bent the rod, and then let go.
That's a fish on, that's a fish on. It's taking line. Taking line, taking. Feels pretty sizable. It'll be a little bit decisive and brutal now. Fish doesn't want to know though, doesn't want to know. Going down. Fish is coming up in the water, there it is. It's a jau, it's a good size.
This fish is not the Piraiba I was hoping for, but the jau is a catfish, and some fishermen claim it can be just as dangerous as the larger Piraiba.
But it's not finished. Doesn't like the side of the boat at all.
It has a reputation for being so strong on the end of a line that some people will tell you that it has dragged fishermen down into the depths.
This is about 80 pounds, 80, 90 pounds. It's a good sized fish. The hook hold looks good. We might even be able to land it on land.
After 20 minutes of hard struggle, I have the better of it.
Hey. And my goodness, feeling the strength of this thing. I wouldn't want that around my ankle or, you know, I wouldn't want to be head first down the mouth or something like that either. There we go. It looks a really sinister fish. That dark black colour, and it gets that from living down in the lightless zone, you know, deep in the rocky pools where it just blends in with the background. And particularly looking at it from here, just the shape of it, you know, it's a great big mouth, large head, very muscular midriff, and then just tapering off into this very chunky, powerful propulsion unit.
Just looking at these long whiskers that they use to probe their surroundings, it's pretty obvious where catfish get their name.
So this is a real, you know,
This is a fish that's adapted for strong water, very strong fish. And if one of those was to grab you, there's not a great deal you could do about it. Oh, time to release this animal.
So the scene of the crime may not have yielded the man-eating Piraiba I was after, but this impressive Jau shows that there are some large catfish down there.
Oh, wanting to go already. Look at that, wanting to go already. That's good. That's good. There it goes. Ooh, quite a fish.
If I can get a big catfish here at this minor river junction, then perhaps if I fish the largest river junction in the world, the meeting of the waters near Manaus, I'll land the mother of all catfish. I want to prove that the stories of them swallowing fishermen are more than just fishermen's tales. And after catching a large Jau at a river junction, I think I know just the place to catch a monster.
This is it. This is the meeting of the waters. This is the black water of the Rio Negro coming down here, mixing with the white, muddy water of the Rio Solimões, and together they form the mighty Amazon. And this has to be probably the biggest river junction in the world. And everybody says that the big catfish, they love river junctions. So this place has to be a good bet for the mother of all catfish.
The point where these two rivers meet is more than a mile wide, over 200 feet deep in places. And for almost another 4 miles, these two massive waterways refuse to merge due to their different speeds, temperatures, and sediment contents. Giulio Cavalcanti has caught a 211-pound Piraiba at the meeting of the waters. But on another occasion, he nearly died here when the line wrapped around his body and started to pull him out of the boat. He had to cut himself free with this knife.
This is the very knife that saved Giulio's life on that occasion, and he's lending it to me.
Giulio credits his fishing success to a secret bait formula that he wraps around a hook, seals in a tin can, and leaves to bake in the sun for 3 days.
Oh, oh dear. I think most of the fish in this river are going to know that stuff is in there.
Look here.
Right. That just looks so... Oh. I've never seen anything quite like that.
Mas é muito boa. O peixe gosta demais.
Right, the fish like it. The fish like it. This is the guts, the byproducts of 8 chickens. So the entire intestines of one chicken is about that long, wound round, and you've got 8 entire intestinal tracts of chickens to make up that bait. I think with this now, I have to be ready to go fishing.
Giulio reckons that once the sun sets and night falls, the catfish come out to feed.
That's the bait on a huge hook, lump of lead to keep it down. I'll feed this over the side. I've got 30 foot of iron cable. Feels good, the monsters could be on the move. How's this for float fishing? I've got a barrel on here. I mean, this is a Jaws moment if ever there was one. The bait's out, the engine's cut. It's now just a case of being quiet and just drifting down with the current.
But being out here after dark also increases the risks.
Here, you've not only got a very, very powerful fish that might hang on the end of the line, you've also got to keep an eye out for the weather. And also, this is a very, very busy waterway. There's going to be boats, big barges, all sorts of stuff, and they'll just run you over if you give them a chance, if you don't get out of the way. And 30 foot below all that is my bait. The current here is actually very far from straightforward. I'm just being spun round by these huge eddies, and they're so big, you know, you're not aware that you're in one. And also you get waves coming out of nowhere. It looks like it's a wake from a boat. It's not, it's just something to do with the current. So it's just changing the whole time. And this is in daylight. And I think, you know, at night time, you know, all that is just going to be magnified by 10.
The water underneath me could be 200 feet deep. But the Piranha, whose name means mother of all the fishes, is totally at home here. With a lightning-conducting rod in my hands, I'm easily the highest point in this wide stretch of river. So I decide to call it a day before that storm gets any closer.
Well, nothing came for that bait. And I don't know, maybe I can't blame them. Either it's just not my night, or the fact that it is so close to a big city means that the fish have all been fished out. You know, there is a huge fishing fleet operating from Manaus, and this is right on the doorstep. Perhaps, you know, I need to go further away from civilization if I'm to get the mother of all the catfish.
I head into the dark heart of the Amazon, up a distant tributary of the main river, to see if that tactic changes my luck. Maybe here I'll catch my man-eating Piranha.
Head down, head down, head down, head down, head down. Ah! Fish on.
Could this be the river monster I'm after? But who'll win this battle? Me or the fish? I'm here in the Amazon, investigating a family of killer catfish.
It's taking line. It's a strong fish, this.
And I think I've hooked a Piranha.
Come around, I've got to come around, I've got to come around. I've got to come around.
The largest catfish species found here.
This is a good sized fish. I haven't seen it yet. Look at that! That is actually not the fish I want. That is a huge red-tailed catfish. I want the white, streamlined, shark-like Piranha, but this thing, my goodness, this is a good size. This is a very good size. There we go. I mean, these things don't grow, don't get caught much bigger than this, so I'm going to weigh it. Can you read that? Right, this is 80 pounds, this one. 80 pounds. It's very, very big for a red-tailed catfish. Not an easy fish to live.
Now that this fish is in the boat, it is pumping air, not water, over its gills, creating these strange sounds.
That is a big old catfish, and it's getting me in training for the Piranha. The only thing is, too many more experiences like this one, and I just won't have any energy for a fish that's bigger than this. And I mean, this thing is just a huge head, huge bony head, tapering off into this leathery body, and a great big wide mouth there. Without any teeth as such, but it's got real good grasping pads.
Unlike a shark that can bite its prey in half, catfish have to swallow it whole. So if they are overly ambitious, they will choke. But this fish has a different problem. Inside its mouth is a parasitic bloodsucker.
Another one here. And that is absolutely engorged with blood. The blood of this poor catfish.
This tiny parasite, the candiru, and this vast predator are both from the mafia-like family of catfish.
This is pretty disgusting. I don't know if I can get hold of it because they're very slippery. Need more fingernails. Okay, look, there we go. So there we go, before and after. This one's fed. This one's still lean and hungry.
And as I'll find out, it's these small guys you have to watch out for, as this parasite is one of the cruelest catfish I'll meet.
There we go. Okay. That was nice to catch that. Not the fish I want, but, you know, that's a real monster in its own right.
The candiru usually targets a big fish as its host, drinking blood from its gills. But occasionally they make mistakes. This has resulted in one of the most infamous legends ever to emerge from the Amazon. A man urinating in the river who has a fish swim up his penis. Yet for one gentleman, this urban myth became reality. Luckily, he was able to make it to this surgery in Manaus, where he was treated by Dr. Anwar Samad.
4 dias. Então,
he'd actually had this fish inside him for 4 days, and the reason there was such a delay was because he actually lived a long way, you know, in the interior, away from the city.
Bem dilatado, porque peixe dentro não conseguia urinar.
He had a very, very swollen bladder. He was bleeding, general fever, swollen testicles, and you know, generally in a very bad way.
E o peixe caminhou lá dentro, como se tivesse caminhado com as barbatanas, caminhou lá dentro.
The fish wasn't visible. It's got these little sort of spines on the gill flaps, so it was almost like working its way in like that. It would have swum as far as the sphincter, at which point the fish was apparently trying to sort of, you know, gnaw its way out, was actually, instead of just swimming up the urethra, was actually starting to gnaw. So this guy obviously was in a lot of pain.
Quando nós passamos o endoscópio, esse aparelho entra direto no pênis, passamos o endoscópio, percebemos 12 centímetros.
12 centímetros. What was done first of all was that the endoscope was put in the end of his penis into the urethra.
The endoscope was equipped with a camera, and this is the actual footage from that operation.
They were expecting to find a little fish. What they found instead was something that went, you know, almost from the entrance of the urethra all the way back to the sphincter. They're talking about something 5 or 6 inches. So, you know, not exactly a little fish, quite a substantial animal.
Candiru locate their hosts by following the trail of dilute urea that fish excrete from their gills. This could explain this candiru's mistake. Having heard this gruesome tale, I decide to see if I can track down any more details. I manage not only to find the victim, but I take him back to the actual scene of the assault on his manhood, to relive the events that have haunted him since that day.
Essa aqui tá meio alagada.
Ah, tô vendo. Sem motor? Okay, so it's 11 years ago. It's in this very spot. Silvio and some friends were in the water down there.
Ele me deu uma dose de bebida, eu subi, quando eu ia descendo, eu vontade de urinar, só que aí eu...
And after a little period of time, Silvio, you know, felt the need to urinate, you know, as happens. He knew the story about the candiru, so he actually sort of took himself partially out of the water.
Foi na hora que eu fui urinar, quando eu me espantei e o bicho estava entrando.
While he was relieving himself, suddenly he said, you know, he just had a bit of a shock, and you know, the first thing he knew was that the fish was already, you know, inside. Only, you know, just the end of its tail was out. Tried to grab hold of it, but it's a very smooth fish, a bit like a bar of soap. No good, you know, no success pulling it out, so basically just ran up onto the bank to try and get some help.
Aqui aí não deu jeito, tive que ir lá para Manaus para ver se conseguia tirar.
You know, the hospital facilities here aren't brilliant. Sylvia had to go to Manaus, which is quite a long journey away, at several hours by road, and went to a hospital there, and basically people just didn't believe him. You know, he was having in this situation of people just not believing that this was true. So was passed from one hospital to another, eventually came to one place where, you know, thankfully the doctor did believe the story and actually, you know, decided to do a proper investigation and see if he could help.
I decide to throw a net out to see if I can catch one of these critters.
Here we go. This is almost exactly what Silvio described. You know, something going in one direction and just not wanting to come into reverse at all. Look at that, I can actually feel its spines digging in when it does that. It was actually walking using its head. Now imagine that in an orifice. This fish is just leaking blood. It's not this fish's blood, it's something it's been feeding on. And it is just an absolute nightmare, you know, a real sort of vampire fish, this thing.
A fish like this may have entered Silvio in search of a blood meal, but little did it know that its mistake would result in an unprecedented medical procedure lasting 2 hours.
Também não se conhece nada a respeito de ataque desse peixe e do que deve ser feito. Concorda?
The first thought was to, a bit like a hook that's got a barb on it, actually pulling it back the way it went in is not always a good idea. He was thinking of actually sort of coming in from the side, coming in from the perineum and actually trying to sort of pull the fish out head first. But he thought that because, you know, it had been such a long time in there, they would actually, and also the other fish were starting to rot a bit, maybe try and pull it out with the endoscope, you know, out tail first the way that it went in. The tail of the fish was about here, about an inch in, and so the head of it would have been somewhere like here. And then what happened was that the pincers were gradually, you know, manipulated out of the hole here. There we go. Grabbed hold of the fish just in front of the tail, and then using the camera, and then the whole apparatus just gradually, very delicately moved out.
Se aquela força é o suficiente para o peixe vir, sem cortar, sem partir, sem danificar.
Apparently it was necessary to pull with a certain amount of force, but feeling that it's not doing any damage, unfortunately, you know, it did come out eventually.
The fish was sent to the National Institute of Amazonian Research to be formally identified, thus confirming, after centuries of speculation, that a fish has entered a human in the most intimate of places.
This is a somewhat momentous and possibly delicate occasion. I'm bringing Silvio back to meet his fish. This one. Silvio, esse aqui?
Canheiro.
But this is actually the first time since he had the surgery that Silvio has seen this fish, this very fish. Quer pegar assim?
No.
That's it. I just asked Silvio if he would like to handle it, and it very definite no. I think once was enough. So maybe if I leave it in my hand, but I'm quite struck by how large it is. É grande, né? Não é peixinho, mas é
grande. Eu pensei que era menor, eu só vi ele dentro desse vidro quando o doutor já me mostrou quando eu tava.
You know, he's looking at it now thinking, you know, I didn't realize it was that big. I thought it was smaller. It really does sort of beg a belief that something of that size could burrow into you.
So is the candiru the worst of all the fish in the Amazon? A catfish of such vile reputation that none can surpass it. Dr. Lucia Rapp, the curator at the Institute, offers to show me some of the other strange catfish species that exist in the Amazon, as this place holds one of the world's largest collections of Amazon fish, all preserved in alcohol.
So bad to handle. So these are what? It's a kind of armored catfish.
Yeah.
These are not that spiny because it's not a male. Usually the males get really large spines.
But that is just, it's like out of a horror movie or something from outer space. I mean, you wouldn't believe this could be a fish, but I mean, you know, there is just such diversity.
This is another kind. It's not that spiny on the body, but it can also have the big spines on the fin, right?
Yeah.
Small mouth.
Yes.
So this kind of fish, in fact, it grazes on wood.
Oops.
There are over 1,000 different species of catfish in the Amazon.
It's a beautiful one.
Oh, look at that.
More species than are found of any type of fish in all the rivers of the USA.
That is quite cute looking, really, isn't it?
Yes.
But there's another catfish species that she wants to show me that is potentially even more horrific than the blood-sucking kangaroo.
So what was the case that you heard about?
We had a situation here recently. We received a visit of a doctor. He came with some images of two corpses, two men. He believed that they were shot because they have those very round holes on the body. He started to dissect the corpse. He saw that it was not gunshots. The corpse were hollowed already inside without any organs.
Wow, I'm just trying to imagine being a pathologist and you're brought a corpse. There's what looks like bullet holes. You start to dissect the body and the body is hollow. The organs have been removed.
And there wasn't any kind of bullet or something inside the corpse, it's just the fishes. So he realized that the fishes got inside the bodies and eaten the organs inside.
The fish was identified as a close catfish relative of the blood-sucking kangaroo, called the kangaroo asu.
Would they have been dead when the fish got in?
Well, they suspect that the man might be even alive because he saw the structure of the flesh and they were eaten from the inside. And they probably died from that, right?
Not going to be alive for very long with all that going on inside.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, if you are alive, if you feel the fish, you can just remove it.
Yes.
But if you are, for example, drunk or ill or something, you may not have enough strength to resist to them. Imagine a whole bunch of these fishes attacking you at once.
Not a very pleasant thought if you're going for a little swim in the Amazon.
Having heard this gruesome tale, I decide to visit the city morgue to see if I can track down any more details.
I think it's all very well having a certain scientific curiosity about some of these bizarre and gruesome deaths, but actually seeing the people waiting outside here who have come basically to identify bodies, you know, it becomes much more personal, and you know, I'm not, to be honest, totally prepared for what I'm going to sort of hear or even see in there. A little bit sort of uneasy and uncomfortable about it, but yeah, time to go anyway.
Dr. Elizabeth Becerra has dealt with several cases like this. She was the first pathologist to recognize this bizarre behavior and present it to the outside world.
E são destruídos, literalmente esqueletizados pela essa fauna.
Apparently Mondays are the worst days for bodies coming in this state. People go out, picnics, having a drink on the weekend, they fall in the water, they disappear, and then Mondays the bodies come to the surface.
E os pequenos e os maiores, não é? Isso dentro dos tecidos que ainda restavam e dentro das cavidades.
So, I mean, it sounds like, we're not just talking about one or two animals. The most that Dr. Elizabeth has actually taken from a corpse or found inside is more than 100 of these fish. Principalmente, o candiru vai comendo
A principal lesão, além dele ter tropismo pelos orifícios.
So these fish are sort of purpose-built for the task, it appears. Cylindrical body, very smooth and slimy, and then they have this mouth that when it opens, it produces a circular bite.
These are actual photographs from the morgue that show the gunshot wound-like holes. And in some cases, the fish still inside the human corpse.
The body is literally eaten from the inside, just the bones and some skin remain, so it's really quite a horrifying thing to visualize.
Unlike the harmless catfish of the US, Amazon catfish are proving to be a diverse group of gruesome killers. And having heard this grisly story, I'm strangely drawn to this macabre fish. I'm keen to see a live one in action. but I don't think I'll be using a human corpse as bait.
The thought of maybe more than 100 of these boring into a human body, I mean, they really are flesh-eating monsters.
It's not often you use a big fish to catch a small fish, but after just 2 hours, it's definitely worked.
Oh, what was that? What was that?
I don't know the scientific name for all the scavengers at this gruesome picnic. The locals call these musum, or snakefish.
And that is just disgusting. That is horrible, whatever it is. I hate... Oh, it is one of the grossest sensations I think I've ever had. I quite like fish, but I don't like this one. There's little sort of lighter bits of material in there, and I think what's actually happening, you know, the shock of these things being pulled out, they're actually regurgitating bits of flesh into the water. Hold on. There's actually something a bit different in there. If I can get it out. I don't really want to shove my hand in there. There. Just hold him. There we go. So this is the Candiru asu. This is the fish that bores holes in the body and then devours from the inside out. And it was this fish that they retrieved from those corpses in the morgue. This was a heavy fish when it went in. Look at the state of that. It is just, you know, it's just been hollowed out. And there's a hole here, and that is, it is just like a bullet hole, except nothing would have shot this fish. I mean, it is just a perfect round perforation in the skin. Nothing left inside. In fact, if I'll just rip it open a little bit.
The Candiru asu makes no distinction between human flesh and that of any other animal floating in the Amazon.
Just like a hollow case of skin with the remnants of the bone inside. This is almost exactly, what the autopsy report was in the morgue, except, in that case we were talking about a human being.
This water is obviously filled with flesh eaters, so I try and entice them to feed out of my hand.
I'm actually just on somebody's house here, and I'm just dangling this fish off the side, and these kangaroo are just attacking right on the surface, and they, I can see from here the way they are just literally drilling their way into that fish.
It's like a crocodile death roll, and no doubt the cause of the gunshot-like entry holes in the corpses.
I might try and lift them out, actually. I might just try and lift... Look at that. Hey, there's one there. And back in the water. Apparently these things will give you a bite just like a piranha. Look at that. That's very, very definite cut. And this is all the work of the kangaroo.
The Amazon River is a scavenger's paradise. It's like an acid bath here for corpses. And again, it's members of the catfish family that are one of the principal operators cleaning up the bodies. I've seen that here in the Amazon, small catfish have a frightening ability to attack us where it hurts most, and also to dispose of our bodies. But what about the large catfish? I started this quest with a tale of a maneater. Can they really swallow something as big as themselves? I need to resume my hunt for the biggest catfish in the Amazon, the Piranha. But no sooner have I cast into the water when my fishing guide Flavio spots a truly graphic example of over-ambitious Amazon predation.
Oh, loco!
Something that immediately reminds me of the man half swallowed by a fish.
We've just seen this Piranha floating down the river, quite a big one, still alive. We thought it was dead to start with. On investigation, it's got another one down its throat, and Flavio's just grabbing hold of the tail of it and pulling it out. Here we go. Look at that, here's the tail of another fish.
Again for me.
So this fish almost choked to death on something just, too big to swallow, really. If we can get the other fish out, it might survive, but as it is... Good grief! Size of that, look at that! Just look at good grief! Look at the size of the fish that other fish swallowed. So that's the meal, the one that's looking slightly worse for wear. And this is the greedy one that swallowed it, which might now recover.
This remarkable act of cannibalism is just as ambitious as the catfish that tried to swallow a man. Maybe in these murky waters, accidentally biting off more than you can chew is a common occurrence.
Oh, loco! If I ate something that big in relation to me, it would be about the size of a small child or a medium-sized child, sort of an 8-year-old, you know, just, ooh. Some greedy fish in this river.
Reinvigorated by this chance encounter, I'm back on my quest in earnest.
Oh, just trying a different spot here. Got a rapid at the top there, and then there's a deep hole with a clean bottom. And this is a particular place for Piranha. I've had a few fish recently that have taken the bait and I just haven't hooked up, or they've come off. Oh! It's come off. So what I'm doing, I'm trying something a little bit clever. I'm putting a double hook rig on, so the idea is it doesn't have to take the entire bait, even if it just nips the tail of it or the body of it. I should hook up, get a good hook hold. Okay, go to the front of the boat. Ah, there was a movement there which certainly wasn't boat movement. There was something actually on the end of the line. Yeah, there's something there, definitely. And it's quite easy to get very excited when the rod starts banging around like that, but I won't be in any doubt if it's a proper take. I've just got to wait until this rod eventually just goes over like that. A bit like that.
Flavio was fishing for bait, but he's actually caught another species of catfish.
It's a small fish, this, but I'm holding it very, very gingerly because it has very sharp spines, well, very, very sharp spines here and here in particular. Quite sharp there as well, you can see. That is like a needle, and the thing that's really particularly nasty about that is that it also has barbs along that spine. So if that goes in your finger, you're not going to get it out. You're going to have to push it in all the way through the same way, barbed all the way along. I got one of these spines here stuck in that finger when I was fishing the Congo, and it went right up the entire length, and it's one of the most painful things I've ever experienced in my life. Had to rip it out because there's no way that was going to go, continue through. And if it hadn't been ripped out then, I'd be walking around to this day with a catfish attached to my right hand. I better actually turn this rod because if something takes it like that, that could cut the line. It's always a fiddle getting this in position. Good time of day that we're at now. Listen. Something down there. Just grab the bait, bent the rod, and then let go. That is a fish on. I think it's coming towards me. What I don't want is the hook to come out like it has been doing. Feels strange. There are people who hook these fish and they're literally on for hours, and it gets dark and they give up and they cut the line.
I've come far too far to give up, so even though my muscles are aching, I carry on.
There's a very fast sort of pulsing to it. It's not a throb, 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 throb. This is a big fish. I can only bully to a certain extent. Strong, strong, strong fish, strong fish, strong fish. Ah!
After a struggle of nearly half an hour, I have the better of it.
There it is, that's the fish, there's the fish! There's the fish! Piranha, it's a piranha. Ah! Here we go.
This is the one I wanted. This is the Piranha, the real monster of the Amazon. Fish is growling at me. Oh, a big old mouth on there.
Heavy, heavy fish. I can hardly hold this up. My arms are pretty shot anyway. No, I can feel the fish flexing. It's about to kick. Whoa. Oops.
And this is the one that people say, when it gets big enough, it goes after people as well. Looks a bit like a shark and it has a reputation to match. This is a big one, but they do go bigger. They do go bigger. This one, I don't know, possibly about 80 pounds. I mean, you know, this is a man-sized fish, but they go bigger than man-sized. They go a size big enough to swallow a man. And a streamlined fish, smooth skin, no scales, but it's a very streamlined catfish. Most catfish are pretty slobby. They mope around on muddy bottoms, but this is a fish of fairly fast current, and I can just feel that muscle flexing. That's a lovely, lovely result. And am I tired? Am I tired? What I've got to do, though, is remember that the fish is as tired as I am. So, although I want to admire it out of the water, I've got to get it back and think of the fish's recovery as well. Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 Oh. 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 And he's gone. What a river monster.
In my investigation, I've seen how, in these murky waters, catfish sometimes make mistakes. I've seen how catfish make no distinction between human and other flesh. And I've seen firsthand how in the Amazon, fish will bite off more than they can chew. So if you combine these findings and imagine this Piranha 3 times the size, still well within the maximum recorded weight, then just ask yourself, are those accounts of fish swallowing people just fishermen's tales? I came here in search of a man-eating fish. But instead I found a mafia-like family of killers that are surely the Amazon's most frightening river monsters. No fish inspires the same terror as the shark.
You're in the monster's mouth getting thrown around. Somebody's like a rag doll in its mouth getting thrown all over.
We've got sharks in Australia that hit hard. They don't leave anything.
But at least these killers are confined to the oceans. Or are they? It seems one species of shark has been trespassing from saltwater into my territory, freshwater, operating where people thought no danger existed. As an angler and biologist, my aim is to work out how this is possible, and just how far inland these sharks will bring their reign of terror.
My mission is to find out whether it's safe to get back in the water, even if you're miles from the sea.
I'm a specialist in hunting down giant freshwater animals. Using a combination of logic, local intelligence and intuition, I've faced shoals of piranha in South America and man-eating catfish in Asia.
Sharks, though, are a different target altogether.
These creatures are the stuff of legend. Jaws, the iconic 70s story, describes ferocious man-eaters with a taste for human flesh. But the report of a shark operating in an inland lake is truly terrifying.
To investigate, I'm heading to Australia. Midsummer on a brackish lake. The temperature over 80 degrees. A 23-year-old postdoctorate student, Bo Martin, and his friend David are planning a cooling swim in Miami Lake.
I'm gonna flog you. Promise you. I'm gonna absolutely slay you. Ron, you put some money where it is. 50 bucks? 50 bucks? 50 bucks, mate. Give me this. Yeah, you need it. You need that for the race, yeah. Do it. Okay, going down. I don't know why you got it, car, mate. Oh, man. Hey, hands, keys. Need the keys. Real practical, mate. Go, got the keys. Shirts off, let's drag. We're going.
They begin a swimming race across the 500-yard wide lake. Dave takes the lead and reaches the safety of the shore. Bo, however, is still out on the lake. In trying to catch up, he strays into deeper water. In an instant, he disappears. Dave returns to the water, but there is no sign of his friend. Bo's sudden disappearance had all the hallmarks of a shark attack. But few could imagine this apparently safe backwater to be a hunting ground for sharks.
Even here, where there are the deadliest snakes, massive crocs, the most poisonous spiders, this incident rang alarm bells.
We just don't expect to be attacked by a shark on an inland lake, in an urbanized area like the Gold Coast. In Australia, there are 3 species of shark commonly responsible for attacks on people: the great white, the tiger shark, and the bull shark. Australians know Vic Hislop as the Shark Man. Like Quint from Jaws, Hislop has fought a series of battles with sharks, including this 2.5-ton great white.
We've got sharks in Australia that hit and hit hard. They don't leave anything. They're so good at what they do, they pull somebody under, you don't see anymore. Someone's got to be looking at that exact spot to see it happen.
The great white is a notorious maneater, but some experts think the bull shark is a far more deadly threat altogether.
It's a very robust animal, very rough and tough. Because of the structure of its teeth, it can't just bite through a big chunk of meat. It has to bite and start shaking like crazy. And of course, somebody's like a rag doll in its mouth getting thrown all over, and that immediately also instigates all sorts of fear reactions. You know, you're in the monster's mouth getting thrown around.
Stocky in shape, savage in character, the bull shark is built like a street fighter, with a level of raging aggression that gives it its name. Pound for pound, it's top of the league of man-eaters. Statistically, a bull shark's attack is more likely to result in death than a great white's. And the authorities believe that it's a bull shark that killed Bo Martin in this canal system. This complex of waterways was built during the 70s and 80s and is bigger than Venice, Italy. 160 miles of canals and over 30 lakes.
This is an area with just thousands of apartments, houses, right down on the waterfront. And most of the people here just think of these canals as a perfectly safe place to swim.
What puzzles me is how any shark could have made its way here, so far from where we expect to find it, the open ocean. To work that out, I'm heading 60 miles south to the coast. There were 15 shark attacks in Australia in 2008, but there's one, well reported in the press, that is central to my investigation. 16-year-old Brock Curtis Matthew is setting off with his friend Peter Edmonds for some early morning bodyboarding.
We got there maybe 7:45, 8 o'clock-ish.
They've chosen a location next to the mouth of the Richmond River. This is a popular surfing spot, often used by these close friends. But this morning, after several days of heavy rain, they have the beach to themselves.
We were maybe like halfway to where we were going to go in the water. I turned around and came back in, and he kept going.
While Brock covers their possessions in case of more rain, Peter heads out. He's around 35 yards from the surf line. But as Brock goes to rejoin his friend, he glimpses a dark shape.
I saw this big, round, weird circle thing.
What Brock had seen was a shark. He has no idea it is attacking his friend. All he can see from 25 yards away is some splashing.
I was just thinking, oh, what's he doing? Something's not right.
Brock approaches as quickly as he can.
When I got like really close, I couldn't see any blood. And then like once I grabbed him and stuff, I noticed his leg.
Risking his own life, Brock carries his now unconscious friend towards shore.
I could have been attacked, I could have been killed. I didn't care. I didn't have anything in my mind except for I got to get him back to the beach.
He had taken a first aid course at school.
There was a slight pulse when I first checked it. Like a beat, beat, beat.
Come on, Pete!
In a state of shock, he calls the emergency services.
He's gonna die.
I just said, can you come down and help me quickly? My friend's been attacked by a shark.
From the shape and the size of the wound to Peter's thigh, the attacker appears to be a bull shark. Some 9 feet long. After the attack, lifeguard Stephen Leahy was one of the first on the scene.
It was obvious that it was high impact, it was hard hitting, and there was just a large amount of flesh removed from his upper thigh.
Leahy has worked to save lives on these beaches for over 15 years. But in this case, tragically, Peter had lost too much blood.
There was just absolutely nothing that we were going to do that would save this boy's life.
There's like a footpath bit there.
At first sight, this would seem to carry all the brutal hallmarks of a classic shark attack on the coast. But is there anything more that could be learnt from what happened? Dr. Vic Pedimores is the first person medical teams turn to when they believe there's been a shark attack. It's estimated that a shark bite applies a force of over 4 tons per square inch.
The most important thing for a shark is to get that lower jaw in, because those are the hooking teeth. That sort of latches in. So once it's got its lower jaw in, the upper jaw can clamp down. If that lower jaw has got in properly, it only needs one bite and it'll take the muscle straight off.
Because of the site of this incident, the lifeguard already had this attacker's identity in mind.
Knowing that the attacks happened just here, we always had in the back of our mind that this was going to be a bull shark incident.
It's likely that the shark had confused Peter for its common prey. A large fish, perhaps even another shark. Nothing can ever compensate a family or friends for such a cruel loss. But if there is anything to be salvaged from this terrible episode, it might be in identifying the warning signals that accompany a bull shark attack. bull sharks have been observed congregating around river mouths after heavy rain, attracted by the supply of freshwater fish being washed out to sea.
We know the bull sharks will always hang around the river mouth after periods of heavy rain and when there are lots of fish around. The beach where the attack occurred is only 60 metres away from the entrance of that river mouth.
The bull shark that killed Peter Edmonds had been attracted to this shoreline because of its proximity to fresh water.
We're well and truly aware that there's just so much for the bull shark to live on in our freshwater systems. And that's part of the uniqueness of the bull shark. Can easily cope in salt water and in our oceans, but is just as comfortable in our river systems.
Perhaps this knowledge might prevent others being caught, like Peter, in the wrong place at the wrong time. As a biologist, I want to better understand the physiology and particular affinity bull sharks have for fresh water. I need to catch one.
I must have fished literally thousands of destinations all over the world, but this time I think I'm out of my depth. I've never tried to catch any kind of shark, let alone a bull shark.
100 miles north of where Peter was killed, in sight of land, I join a fishing charter boat out after sharks. With 4 rods set, I know I'm in with a good chance.
Oh yeah, right, there we go. There we go, that is a bull shark. Hammered, quite a big mullet, a couple of pound mullet, and just took off. I think we're ready to bring it in the back of the boat, actually.
This one's none too happy to see me, but after the hook's out, it becomes easier to handle. It's 4.5 feet long, around 1/3 of the length they can reach.
Boat's rolling around a little bit at the moment, side onto the tide and rolling a little bit. So with something like this, mouthful of teeth, got to be a wee bit careful.
The teeth are partially obscured by thick gums, but the tips are as sharp as scalpels.
That's good to actually see one of these animals close up, get my hands on one, that's what I wanted.
But what sets this species of shark apart is its extraordinary ability to operate in both salty and fresh water. The bull shark is the only species of shark that can do this. Some scientists speculate that the bull shark is capitalizing on this adaptation to dominate new feeding grounds inland.
The bull shark is unique because it's actually much more capable than other sharks in regulating the amount of salts and urea in its body tissues.
Bull sharks constantly test the salt content of the water with tiny sensors mounted all over the body, similar to the way we use our taste buds. Then a special organ, the rectal gland, acts like an on-off valve, releasing or retaining salt as required.
It's really incredible how capable they are at doing that. But it's obviously energetically very costly, and that's why we tend to find the bigger animals capable of changing very quickly, whereas the smaller animals tend to stay within a relatively narrow band of salinity.
This amazing adaptation gives the bull shark a deadly access all areas freedom to roam, bringing its violence to our once peaceful inland waters. A predator that can operate in rivers and adjoining lakes all around the world. Responsible for fatal attacks from Australia to South Africa, from Florida to New Jersey. Here, in 1916, 4 people were killed and 1 was severely mutilated in a 10-day spree of attacks. This provided the inspiration for the most famous shark story of all, Jaws. But what is so terrifying is that 2 of these deaths occurred 15 miles up an estuary, at Matawan Creek, in a place that everyone thought was safe. Man-eaters are supposed to be found in untamed places, But this unstoppable predator seems to be bringing its savagery into the very heart of our civilized world. Bull sharks seem to be heading in from the ocean towards where people are most likely to swim and play, in the belief that they are safe. Is there nothing in place to stop these deadly predators? I'm here to meet Tony Ham.
Hey Jeremy, how you going?
He manages the shark control program on the Gold Coast in Australia.
Got the bait on board?
We're planning to make an inspection of the shark nets just off the main beach.
This section of the beach is called Main Beach on the other side of the spit. It's a fairly heavily populated beach. In summer you'd have anywhere upward of 50 or 60,000 people between here and Surfers Paradise.
Right.
And then from surface down further, probably double that number.
It's a big beach just running up with sort of all the hotels and sort of tourist amenities behind
Exactly.
it.
But branching off here are a number of canal estates and large lakes. And what's happened is it's basically extended the river habitat. And so we have bull sharks here pretty constantly. They're a part of this.
Right up inland?
Yeah, so bull sharks will actually live all the way up and including into freshwater reaches of some rivers.
Because, I mean, I would guess that, in most people's minds, out at the ocean, automatically it's somewhere to take a bit of care. But I mean, some of these places inland look really benign, don't they? It's just like,
that's exactly right.
Surely there's a mistake. There can't be anything here.
It's because people don't think of that. They always think of the ocean as being full of sharks, but never your own backyard.
So they're definitely in there, and when you get in the water, if you get in the water, you could only be just a matter of yards away from one, I suppose.
Literally feet, and you wouldn't know they were there unless, you actually see it or it bumps into you or actually does have a bite at you.
Around the spit and about 500 yards off the beach, the swell has picked up. This shark net is pretty much the only line of defence along a 2.5 mile long beach. The idea is to remove sharks that come in close to the shore. But looking at it, I can see no reason why bull sharks wouldn't easily go under it or around it, and then head on relentlessly into the canals. After all, the net is only 200 yards long and just 20 feet high. Some think that these measures are in fact literally worse than useless.
Shark nets in Australia are a false sense of security for tourism. They kill everything we love out there. They kill dolphins, turtles, dugong. But more important, the big sharks have learnt to feed off those nets. They're now a feeding ground. Costs millions of taxpayers' dollars for a waste of time, just a false sense of security. It's a joke.
If Hislop is correct, bull sharks are being lured towards the shore and then inland, into the canals and lakes. And because inevitably they'll meet more people inland, this species has to be a far greater threat than other man-eating sharks, which remain out at sea. The shortest route from the sea to the lake where Beau Martin was attacked is over 10 miles long.
I want to have a look at this up here because there are a number of these sluices throughout the canal system, and people have told me that these would actually be a barrier to any large fish.
They're here to ensure that the level of the lakes remains high and therefore looks attractive to residents. It's hard to tell much at all from this direction the way a fish would come. I need to see this from the other side.
Right, this gate is closed, and this would be, I think, a very secure barrier. Very different picture here. This gate is open, and I think it's clear. Anything, that big or even more could just go straight through here. What I find really unsettling is that the lake where Beau Martin was attacked was just around that corner. And what that means is that the killer would have come through these gates.
There are no safeguards anywhere to prevent a shark from making this area its killing ground. On Miami Lake itself, the day after Beau Martin's disappearance, a search begins, led by Beau's father. Exhaustively, he combs the perimeter of the lake. For 2 days, there is no sign of Bo. On the morning of the third day, after the police have given up the hunt, he begins to search from his kayak. He happens upon the body of his son, part in and part out of the water. The only reason his body had surfaced, the gases resulting from decomposition, causing his body to inflate. The autopsy revealed that Bo had been struck 3 times by a bull shark. One devastating bite on his left thigh, proving fatal. This predator had slipped with ease from the sea into the brackish water of Miami Lake. Once inside, it had been free to go about its business unseen, until the killing of Bo Martin revealed its deadly presence. But just how much further inland, into fresh water, are these predators capable of going? 80 miles inland from the ocean, trainer Alan Treadwell is taking his finest trotting horse, Glenburn's Arm, for exercise in the river.
I'd swum there for 8-9 years, never a problem. It's a very popular picnic spot.
This part of the river is a secluded oasis, popular with families as a swimming hole. But on this day, Treadwell has the river to himself for his training program. He wants to build up his horse's muscle strength without straining its legs. Glenburn's Arm, a 6-year-old gelding weighing 1,000 pounds, has won 7 times over a 3-year career. With the help of his stable hand, Alice Holden, Treadwell ties a 1/2-inch rope to the horse's halter. With it, he can control the horse from the bridge. As far as Treadwell can see, from 20 feet up on the bridge, everything appears to be going to plan.
The horse was swimming, I had control of the horse.
But suddenly, something startles it.
The horse looks like it's going to drown. Then all of a sudden, I saw something hanging off the back of him. As the horse rolled over, the colour lightened and it went to a white underneath, whatever it was.
Whatever this creature is, it has the force to hold on to and the power to submerge a 1,000-pound horse.
The horse is in trouble. We had a problem. I've got to get this horse out of there. Whatever's wrong, if I can get him out of the water, I can control it. He won't drown.
Is it possible the same species which attacked both Bo Martin and Peter Edmonds is now operating 80 miles inland? The only reason it hadn't been killed is because of the tether around its neck.
If we hadn't have got him out, I don't believe he would have survived.
Trainer Alan Treadwell was able to pull his horse to safety. If the victim had been a human, a fifth of the size of this horse, there would be no hope of surviving the attack. The horse, Glenburn's Arm, was treated by a veterinary surgeon who photographed the wound. I want to meet up with Alan Treadwell to find out if this attack can be attributed to a bull shark. Hello, Alan.
G'day, how are you?
All right, thanks. This is the boy, is he?
Yeah, this is him.
This is... Can I say hello?
Say hello.
Hey. So he's not just an ordinary horse, is he? He's a bit of an athlete.
He's a bit of an athlete, yeah, he has been.
Or used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we see the wound at all? Can you show me where it was?
Yeah, I can do. Yeah. It's healed pretty well.
Yeah.
That's where it was on the flat there.
Right. So looking at him now, I mean,
he looks fine.
He looks fine. But I mean, did he recover fully or?
No, I don't think so. Actually, swells up in the fetlock after a hard run.
Right.
Which virtually makes it impossible to race him.
So, in effect, this actually finished his career?
It has done, yes. It still seems to be a bit awkward in that one back leg. I don't know what happened to it. It's impossible to say.
So, you know, possibly there's some sort of, you know, deep muscle damage, some...
Yeah, it could be.
Something
That's exactly right, yeah.
Although there had been no reports of sharks this high up the Brisbane River before, Alan Treadwell believes that what he saw was a shark. Yet he only glimpsed the white shape for a fraction of a second. I want to take a logical approach to discover exactly what happened here. My first strategy is to measure the salt content of this stretch of the Brisbane River. The water's saltiness lessens the further upriver you go. I've taken a reading of seawater with this machine, and the reading I get is about 17. Down the other end of the scale, anything less than about 1 is fresh water. So the fact that I've just got a reading of less than 0.5, this is fresh water. Next, I want to map the river from my boat by taking depth readings with this echo sounder. This could give me a sense of the size of the attacker. It also gives me the ability to see any unexpectedly large moving objects under the water. I reckon this is pretty much the exact spot where the horse was grabbed. We're only about 2 or 3 horse lengths out from the side, but we've got 10, 11 feet of water, so there would have been loads of space underneath the horse for something to have been lurking. There's no sign of anything today, but on the day of the attack, a shark could easily have approached unseen from below. Everything points to this being a shark attack, except for one thing. There's a good reason why I don't think they could be responsible for this particular incident. Look at this. Just 5 miles down the river is this man-made barrier, and it just goes right across the river. Mount Crosby Weir is a dam that has been in place for over 100 years. The difference in height between the water on the ocean side and the upriver side is 12 feet. Now, I can understand how something might possibly get up from the sea to here, but how's it going to get over that? So, what else could it be? I think there might be a clue in something Alan Treadwell told me. Although on the surface the wound to Glenburn's arm has healed, underneath the skin there is such profound muscle damage that he can no longer race. That is exactly the case with attacks made by another animal entirely. When a crocodile bites its victim, it deposits bacteria in the wound that cause long-term muscle damage.
When something is grabbed by a crocodile, it's not a sharp cut. There's a lot of bruising and pressure. You're talking 3,000 pounds per square inch. So if it grabs onto the leg of a horse, like it's a good grab, it grabs onto it, it'll drag the animal in and under the water and hold it down to drown it.
There are 2 species of crocodile that inhabit Australia, the saltwater and the freshwater.
Freshwater crocodiles have a very long, thin, narrow snout, very short, sharp teeth. So the food items they're targeting are small food items, a lot of fish.
There's no record of any unprovoked attack by a freshwater croc on either horse or human.
In fact, in the wild, it's said you can swim with freshwater crocodiles, so they're not targeting large food items at all. A large mammal just isn't the type of prey that freshwater crocodiles target.
The saltwater crocodile is an altogether different beast.
The most distinctive thing about a saltwater croc is that big, gnarly head with those big, actually blunt, but long, penetrating teeth. Saltwater crocodiles will live in freshwater, saltwater, brackish water, mineral water, They don't care. Once a crocodile reaches 13, 14 feet and up, you're dealing with an animal that can take down a 1-ton water buffalo.
It seems more likely that the creature which attacked Glenn Burns' arm is not a shark, but a crocodile.
What they prefer is deep, dark, murky water because they are the masters of camouflage. That's how they get their prey. They will launch from an invisible position, up out of the water, grab whatever it is they're targeting, drag it back into the water in the blink of an eye.
Just the kind of water where the attack happened. Official documents suggest that a crocodile could not be the culprit. The location of the attack is too far south. But local naturalist Steve Rushton believes there's been a cover-up.
G'day Jeremy, how you going? Good to see you. Take a seat.
Yeah. Now, I gather you've got some information about crocodiles in the south of Queensland, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
So whereabouts are we talking?
Well south of Rockhampton, where there's supposed to be a demarcation line. So the Logan River, which is near the Gold Coast, south of Brisbane, there was a 12-foot crocodile shot in that river. Obviously there've been sightings more recently from the Brisbane River, the Noosa River, Bribie Island. History tells us that in smaller numbers, crocodiles have always been frequenting the more southern areas, you know. There's no doubt about that.
Right. Now, all of this is beyond the official limit of their distribution, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
So what's the official line on the distribution of crocodiles?
Well, officially, the government document, there's no comment about crocodiles.
So there's something sort of potentially 12, 13 foot long in there, and it's just not in here at all?
That's correct, yeah. There have been sightings in that river that go back many, many years.
If somebody said to you that there was a saltwater crocodile in the Brisbane River up in the area of Colo, would you be surprised by that?
Well, no, I wouldn't, because crocodiles, what they do when they get to a river, they usually head up the river to fresher water. That's common knowledge that they do that. The fact that they were shot way south of that some time earlier, and they're just to the north of there on Bribie Island, that would not surprise me.
New research taken from tracking data does indeed show that salties can travel 15 to 20 miles a day.
If Rushton is correct, and there are crocs in the area of the attack, it seems like a salty might well have been responsible.
But there's one problem with this idea. There's no recent evidence for crocs near to where the horse was attacked. While crocs were once found this far south, none have been seen any closer than 150 miles away in the last 20 years.
I would be surprised that a crocodile who is big enough to take on a horse, A, would go unnoticed for long periods of time, you know, way outside its range, and B, in that situation would miss. You know, if it's in deep water, it's a large animal and it's gone in to really have a go, you'd be the luckiest horse alive.
When all avenues seem closed, I turn to the least unlikely option in my pursuit of the truth. If the attacker wasn't a crocodile, it has to be a shark. Yet I need to be certain. If this is the truth, it has far-reaching repercussions. It would show conclusively that savage bull sharks can and will launch attacks in fresh water. But I'm looking for proof. I want to show scientist Vic Pedamores the wounds inflicted on this racehorse. He's one of the world's leading experts on shark bites. So what do you make of that?
Well, I would definitely say it looks like a shark bite of some description because of these gaps between the tooth and the way that it seems to have scratch down on the hindquarter of a horse.
That is the bite in more context.
Wow. I think this is just a hit with the upper jaw and a slip down.
I mean, can you get any idea from that, roughly how big the shark might have been?
This isn't much of a crescent, which suggests that the jaw must have been fairly big, assuming that that was the sort of this part of the jaw that hit it like that.
So the curve is quite gentle.
So the curve is very gentle. So if you think of it as hitting like that, now if you look at this tooth there, that tooth there, I mean it's
a fairly close match.
It's not too far off a match. And this is 2.75 meters in length.
8 or 9 foot.
It's a very similar sort of curvature. And it links in with our knowledge of bull sharks. One would expect a bigger bull shark up in the very freshwater component of the river.
This evidence suggests that the creature that attacked Alan Treadwell's horse is a bull shark, over 8 feet long. And by hunting through the government archives,
I now know how these animals managed to get over the weir.
The Brisbane River has flooded repeatedly, with one extreme occurrence in 1974. The city itself was inundated, but so too was the surrounding area, including the Mount Crosby Dam. It seems that as the flood subsided, a colony of bull sharks, some growing to over 8 feet long, were locked in, far upriver. And if this can happen here, it can happen anywhere that bull sharks roam. The danger they present isn't restricted to Australia. Bull sharks have been observed moving up the Mississippi River as far as St. Louis. And there has even been an attack reported in Lake Michigan. To fully understand this threat, I want to get my hands on one of these big predators in fresh water. But to do that, I need to learn some specialist techniques from an expert in catching big sharks.
Hello there. You Terry? Yeah.
Terry.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Hello there.
Yeah.
On March the 14th, 2007, just here in the river mouth, Terry Hesse caught a 9.5 foot long female bull shark, estimated to weigh over 500 pounds.
This all looks like pretty serious stuff.
Yep, well, for our rods and reels, we using one of these, nice Tiago 80s.
Completely blown away with the idea of using, needing to use that in a river.
These guys are serious. I'm impressed. They're fishing in this busy working port on the frontier between sea and fresh water.
I mean, one thing I'm noticing already is attention to detail.
They've got a comprehensive plan to outwit the supersensory capacity of this shark. Bull sharks, like all sharks, have tiny pinholes on their snout called the ampullae of Lorenzini, used for detecting electrical fields. They're so sensitive that they can detect the electrical impulses of a fish's heartbeat. Sharks with wider heads, like the bull shark, have more of these pinholes, and therefore they can lock onto prey more accurately.
Another one there?
To avoid giving off any electrical signals to the shark, Terry masks all but the metal hook point in plastic and cable ties this to the eel.
Beautiful.
Next, Terry's making sure he capitalizes on the shark's smell sense by using fresh bait. 2/3 of this shark's brain is devoted to sniffing out prey. And by fishing at night, we're choosing the most likely time for sharks to go hunting. It's in the dark when the supersensory bull shark has the edge over fish that rely more on vision. Terry begins the journey across the river mouth to place the baits. Bull sharks have been reported to ram kayaks, taking the paddle splash and rudder movements for the thrashing of a fish in distress. Terry's okay, but in getting these baits set in the dark, I've injured my index finger. It's going to make things difficult. I'm just hoping that this and the disturbance from the busy port doesn't damage my chances.
Pick it up, pick it up.
At 2:30 a.m,
Fish, aren't they?
with the tide high, the line begins to run.
In the heart. No, off. It's all right. Yep. Shuffling down. At the moment, it just feels like there's a boat on the end. It's just a dead weight.
I'm just changing the ratio there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pulling, that's pulling, that's pulling. It is coming my way.
And with nearly 200 yards of line taken in, whatever it is reaches the shore.
What is it?
That is huge! One of the best fish I've ever seen, mate.
This monster is not what I expected to catch.
Right, to me, James. It's not a shark, but it is an exceptional fish.
It's just remarkable.
That is something, isn't it? Oh, I've never seen anything like this in my life before. It's what they call a Queensland groper. This is a monster. I mean, it's not the monster I was after, but this is a monster.
Look at it. 6 feet and 3 inches.
What about the girth?
Yeah.
2'1". Its girth is 4 foot 3 inches. 4 foot 3 inches.
This is a protected marine fish, normally found on reefs, but they're known to come into river mouths like this on rare occasions.
Look at that. This fish, even Terry and Ben haven't seen anything like this anywhere like this size, you know, so it's just an amazing catch, and particularly from a river. Just, you know, this thing really is a river monster.
Groupers have an extraordinary trick. This 250-pound male actually started life as a female. When there are too few males in a spawning group, a female will switch sex to keep breeding numbers up.
Ooh.
Time, though, for this gender bender to head back home.
To me, that just underlines even more than before that, you know, we just have no idea at all what is down there in our rivers.
It feels amazing to catch a fish like that, but it's not what I'm here for. Armed with the knowledge I've gained from Terry, I'm driving 50 miles upriver, from brackish water to fresh water. I'm fishing at night. I'm fishing with the freshest bait.
So,
and I'm putting out 2 rods.
There we go, look. Something had that. It didn't have the hook in its mouth. So whatever it was, it's still out there, and I'm really out of bait now, so that's annoying.
Finally, I'm in luck. I've got a take on the other rod.
And keep it away from, there's some trees and stuff on the side there. Yeah, it's a shark. It's a shark. Up we come. This is a shark in a river. Okay.
This may be a small one, but for me, this is, in some ways, more unsettling.
Up onto the grass.
I already know there are big females in this river. Catching one like this implies they're breeding here.
That body is just solid muscle. You just feel it. When it decides to flex, that's just got so much strength there.
This one didn't swim all the way from the ocean. It was most likely born in brackish water just downstream. And while only 18 months old, it seems to be thriving in fresh water. It's a scary thought that this river will be its hunting ground for life, another 15 years. At 3 feet 6 inches long and 15 pounds in weight, this one could triple in length and become 30 times heavier.
I'm just trying to imagine this thing 2 or 3 times the length in this water. It's quite a frightening prospect, you know, in a river, a small river. Anyway, this one's going back.
I've been able to prove, without question, that bull sharks are trespassing on my patch. In fresh water, more than 80 miles up an Australian river. But critically, what I've learned is that they have the capacity for brutal attacks in fresh water almost anywhere. There are few limits to where this shark will operate. More and more, it seems that this freshwater Jaws is bringing its savagery into our once tame backyard. Along metropolitan canals, up quiet rivers, and on tranquil lakes, the bull shark is looking for its next meal. It's just a question of who and when.
There's the fish, there it is. There we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. Ah, I've seen the fish now. That is certainly a big fish.